The fifth round of the World Cup proved to be exciting once again. Carlsen shook off his nerves, took down legend Ivanchuk in brilliant style, opening the gap between them before tomorrow's rematch. Avaso, Dominguez, Erigaisi and Gukesh also scored the win and will be favourites tomorrow to go through to the sixth round. Notwithstanding, their opponents will come to the venue armed to the teeth in an attempt to overturn the situation. The other three games of the open section ended in a draw. Favourites Caruana, Ipomnici and Pragnaanda will have to wait until tomorrow to try and secure qualification. In the women's section, Salimova scored a nice win with white against Shuvalova, while Tan Zhongyi prevailed against Khotenashvili in a nice attacking game. The other two games ended in a draw. Anything can still happen. At the end of the round, Magnus Carlsen once again was swarmed by hundreds of young chess fans, eager to get his autograph and maybe a photo opportunity.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second game of round 5 in the open section and the quarterfinal in the women's section. I'm Irene Sukandar, and I'm still with Irina Krush. And today will be a very thrilling day at the office because we will have so many matchups in a must-win situation in both sections. So what do you take on today, Irina?
Yeah, well, we've got 7 people in a must-win situation today. 2 ladies and 5 guys in the open section. So Vasily Ivanchuk is in a must-win situation. He's going to get the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. We also have Wang Hao, who is actually going to have to win with the black pieces against Gukesh. We have Salim Salah, who's going to need to win with the white pieces today. And Alexei Serrano will get white against Linear Dominguez. Niels Grandelius will need to win with black against Arjun Erigaisi. So that's pretty difficult job for a couple of the players who actually need to win with black today.
Yes, very difficult indeed. And we see many experiences from the previous rounds. It's not going to be very easy for those who are trying to make a comeback, especially with black pieces. So we will see. We will see today. Especially, I'm rooting for Ivanchuk actually to go for the tiebreak.
Oh yeah, of course. I think the whole chess world would like to see that, and yeah, it would be amazing if he would win today.
Yes. And in the women's section, Elizabeth Pats made a very peaceful draw with Anna Muzichuk, and Nurgul Salimova was awarded for her persistence yesterday, won the game against Polina Shuvalova, and Boleko Tanashvili will have to make a comeback today to force the match into tiebreak against Tan Zhongyi. Harika Dronafali drew the game yesterday against Alexandra Gorchkina, and today she'll be playing with white pieces.
Yeah, the good news for the ladies is at least both of them are playing with the white pieces, the ones that are in a must-win situation. So, you know, I think that Shuvalova certainly has her chances against the relative newcomer to this field, Nurgul Salimova. And, well, Bella against Tan Zhongyi is definitely going to be a tough battle for her.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Bella already had some experiences in tiebreak as well, so maybe, you know, she knows that sometimes she has to make a comeback. And yeah, I'm just rooting for those who lost yesterday to really make a comeback today, and then they will play the tiebreak and have another opportunity to redeem themselves.
I mean, I feel like if we see even one comeback, that would be something, because it's that hard, right?
It is
to
hard.
win on demand.
It
So
is
even
hard.
if, like, I don't know, I feel like if 1 out of 7 surprises us, that would still be something special.
Yes, I agree with you. And in the open section, I have some news that because of the win that Gukesh made yesterday, he is now currently world number 7.
Wow, then he has a good chance to keep climbing in this tournament.
Yeah, that's a crazy
You know, I was
achievement.
reading the predictions of someone, famous grandmaster on Facebook, Igor Kovalenko, and he was saying that he thinks at least 2 Indians will be making it into the candidates.
That would be actually a very good chance to do that. And I couldn't recall the other Indians who ever met to the candidates except from Anand.
Anand, right?
I don't think
also,
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't recall. But here we still got,
Yeah.
well, actually, 4 of them still in the field.
4 of them still
4
in
in the
yeah.
field, and there, 3 of them have, it's not 2 of them have won their games. I guess I could put Parag in that category, even though he hasn't won yet. But to me, he's kind of like he's a winner. So I already put him in that category. But 4 of them are still in, and maybe for 2 of them to qualify to the candidates would be pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Especially because they're so young.
Exactly, and they will have more energy as well because this is already the later stage of the tournament. So not only your chess technique that is needed, but also your energy level. It has to be very optimum.
Yeah, I mean, if Gukesh and Prague made it into the candidates, it would be amazing. I mean, so young. They would be some of the youngest players to actually ever make it into the candidates for sure, right? Like below 20 years old.
And we see on the camera, it's Elizabeth Pats versus Anna Muzychuk. I think that is Elizabeth's lucky dress because she also worn that when she beat Ju Wenjun.
Oh, yeah? Well, you start running out of clothes when you stay in a knockout for long enough. So, eventually everything becomes lucky, right? So, so she's playing Anna Muzychuk. I know they have a good relationship, but in chess, you have to play against your friends.
Right.
And we even have situations where sisters have to play against each other. So, I don't think it's going to be too friendly of a game today.
I don't think so. And knowing how fierce Elizabeth is on the board, I'm going to very anticipate this match a lot because I think this is going to be one of the most interesting matchups today. And players are already starting to arrive and they will start their first move soon, I think in about a minute.
Yeah, first move is always interesting. For example, I was trying to figure out what first move Ivanchuk is going to play against Carlsen.
Right.
And historically in their last games, which were mostly rapid, he was been choosing d4 against Carlsen. I wouldn't say he'd been getting especially great positions from the opening, though. But he's also played e4 against him in the past. It's just been a while. So you would think based on recent experience, d4 is more likely, but in reality, I think, you just can't tell what he's going to go with for this situation.
Shall we make a little guess here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one, the first move of Ivanchuk. Okay, I don't know. Let's say, I'll go for e4 because I'm really hoping that he goes for e4.
Yeah, well,
although it's quite unlikely though.
Yeah, we're probably going to see e4, e5 in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I can say one person that I think is likely to play d4 today is Alexei Sarana, because he really does seem to be more of a d4 player. Jan-Christoph Duda against Caruana can actually go with either move.
Any move, yes.
Yeah,
C4, D4, E4, knight F3, yes.
Hard to predict. We're 20 minutes away.
20 seconds away.
Yeah, 20 seconds away. 20 minutes. Thank God it's only 20 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and soon we're going to get to see some of these opening revelations.
Yep. So I think it's been more than 2 weeks. Yeah, we have this type of we have this chess festivity, and actually we have a liftoff just now.
Oh, he went for your move.
Did he?
Yeah,
oh,
E4 on the
nice.
board.
E4 is on the
Okay,
board.
good guess there.
Good guess. Yeah,
Yes.
he's listening to me.
Well, Carlsen. Okay, he's
adjusting his
Yeah,
pieces.
when he went for the knight, I was like, is he really going to play the Alekhine defense in this situation? No.
I don't think so. I think he will go for E5. Or actually, he also played C6 in his position. Oh.
Yeah.
I was about to say C6 against Tari Aryan. And now we will see some Rulapes, maybe some Berlin.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Well, Carlsen definitely should be going for the most solid thing in his repertoire. So
Bishop B5 is already on the board.
Yeah.
We'll see. Berlin is on the table, maybe. Yeah.
I think he's going to be playing knight F6, yeah?
Knight F6, yeah.
Quite possible.
I think knight. Ooh, A6.
Okay.
A6. Let's go. And
Bishop A4.
I'm just so curious
Knight
on
F6.
their
And I
opening
guess
choices.
D3 is going to be Ivanchuk's choice here. Oh, he castled.
He goes for the open.
Okay, so if black wants, he can play an open Spanish.
That's...
But his Magnus is going to go for
Bishop
okay,
E7.
Bishop 7. Okay.
So just a normal main line. Rook E1.
E1.
Okay, B5,
Ah.
Bishop B3, and then
I wonder
maybe
if
he goes for
Ivanchuk-
Marshall.
You think, yeah, he's going to be allowing a Marshall? That's the question. I would think that not. Because the Marshall seems to be doing quite well for black these days in a couple of ways. So
and guaranteed for draw.
castles.
Yes, castle.
Yeah. So now is the first.
Now that's the moment. Oh,
Yeah.
anti-Marshall.
Right,
A4.
A4.
Yeah. Obviously, not letting the Marshall to happen on the board.
Do you play this line for white, Irene?
I play both as white and black in this position. So
And what the move here is it B4?
for black, Magnus' main repertoire here is actually Rook B8. Bishop B7 is of course a playable move. B4 is also one of the main lines. So I think out of those three choices,
All right, well, let's take a little tour around the other boards. We have Prague versus Ferenc Burkish. He's actually going for the French in this importance game.
Yes.
And we have an advanced variation on the board. It's not, I mean, the French is still popular at the top level, and we've seen Magnus play it quite a lot recently. Still, it's definitely opening up the game to be, like, I think, a more sharp
Right.
than, for example, E4, E5. So we have the advanced variation, and I think that is pretty much Burkish's repertoire, though. I kind of recall him being a French player.
Yeah, I think his main repertoire is Karukan, if I'm not mistaken, because I played twice against him, and I cannot remember this from my old preparation against him. But, well, Karukan, French, those players like to play this type of setup or structure.
And white played A3 against Queen B6, Bishop D7, and B4. So, yeah, there's a trade on D4. White's going to recapture. And I kind of remember in these lines, like, when the bishop goes to B2 to protect this pawn, there's this kind of tactical idea of using the pin on the B4 pawn to try to get the knight to C4. So I guess here, something like knight E7, okay, would make sense, but he goes for rook C8.
Yeah, and Bishop B2 is on the board. So if knight A5, I think you just simply play just knight C3, I guess. Oh, knight BD2, knight BD2.
Yeah, well, knight A5 definitely is the move that you want to examine.
Knight BD2, and then just take on C4 if you need it.
Because that's a big square, yeah,
Yep.
knight D2, and so you're saying, like, if I come in with my knight
Then you can just take it, and then rook C1, yeah?
and take it with
With the knight.
a knight, okay. Rook C1.
I think that pawn will be
Yeah.
falling anyway. Yeah, you have knight
Well,
D2.
I can try bishop.
Bishop B5, A4.
This pawn is going to hang.
Oh, before it's
thankfully,
hanging.
thankfully.
Thankfully.
Yeah. Okay, but he does not go for knight A5. He goes for
Knight
knight
E7,
E7.
yeah.
Yeah. it's
Going
like-
to F5.
Yeah, first he wants to develop the knight. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Prague has here.
In
And-
some of the lines, you just sacrifice on D4, but I don't think this is the line.
Let's take a look, actually, what else we got here. Elizabeth Patz versus Anna Muzichuk.
Oh, I was right. In the Magnus's game, yeah.
Uh-huh.
He plays for his main repertoire, Rook B8.
Rook B8, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we have Elizabeth actually starting the game with D4. So I would say
Interesting.
that's a slight surprise for Anna.
Yeah.
Because she's definitely more of an E4 player. And here she goes for
Tarash.
a Catalan.
Oh, Catalan first, yeah.
Catalan DC.
Takes.
Bishop G2, C5, castles, knight C6, and on knight C6, I think the main line, there's like this endgame line, right, where white takes on C5, queen D1, rook D1, bishop C5, knight D2, C3, and this endgame has been debated a lot. And white's ideas here are knight B3, then knight FD4, or perhaps, pawn C4 somewhere. So I think that's where they're headed. That would be my guess in this position because, okay, the pawn is under attack. It seems like you have to take, and she did take. Yeah, so we're going to be seeing this endgame where, well, I feel like it's going to kind of depend. How easy Anna's game is going to depend on how well prepared she is,
Yep.
right? Because it is possible to suffer in that endgame for
Yep.
sure, even though it's supposed to be, I think, theoretically fine for black.
Mm-hmm. And I think most of the games on that line ended with a draw.
So we do see the trade on D1 happen, and Rook D1 on the board.
Still theory.
Yes, and Elizabeth attacking that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think they're going to play a few moves of theory, and like the next interesting point for me would be like after this, and castles, like what would be White's move, although I predict it would be knight B3. Okay, so there, I think C3 is already on the board.
And takes, and
And
now
takes.
Anna is about to castle.
Yeah, castles is the move here. She kind of glanced at Elizabeth
Mm-hmm.
for a split second there. Okay, so first question, yeah, C4 or knight B3?
Or actually, there's some move like knight E1 as well.
Knight E1 is not, yeah, it's not a move I'm familiar with. Okay.
Knight B3, yeah,
Knight
just the main
B3.
line.
Yeah, and then they go bishop E7.
Mm-hmm.
Pull that bishop back.
Yep, and knight FD4.
Knight FD4, right. So that's kind of maybe the extent of what I remember about this position. Of course, black has to figure out what to do with this knight, and then you kind of, well, bishop D7 looks quite normal. Is that the most popular move?
Yeah, it is. And second best is knight takes D4. Yeah.
There is knight, I remember that, right. And that allows white to take with a C pawn at least, right?
Yep.
At least to improve their structure. So, I mean, if I was white, I certainly would not be unhappy to see the move knight takes D4. Because that pawn is the biggest problem of my position, right? So I would love to get it to D4. Well, Elizabeth is thinking. After knight B3, so she hasn't put the knight yet on D4, but she certainly will, right? Because there's, I mean, I guess actually there is another move. You could go for C4
C4
here
is there.
and bishop B2.
Bishop B2. Mm-hmm.
So that's why she's thinking here.
Yeah, C4 and bishop B2, those moves are, I think, interchangeable. You can play bishop B2 first and C4 and bishop B2.
And let's see how Polina Shuvalova is trying to play for a win in her situation. So she starts the game with E4. Against me, she played D4, but she can play both moves. She's learned D4 in the last few years. E4, E5, and she goes for knight C3 for Vienna, knight F6, and bishop C4. Okay. Have you ever tried this line, Irene?
Only as black. I don't play the Vienna as white, but maybe in the future.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering if like C6 here is an idea to go for D5. I mean, obviously you can play knight C6.
Yeah.
But C6 is also an idea in these positions, I think. And Nurgul, she seems to be okay.
She's played C6.
C6, yeah, she seems to be less, well, a little bit surprised by this line, right? Because I'm not sure that Polina has ever played it. And she already has given up like 8 minutes on the clock, or actually 10 minutes compared to Polina. So C6 is on the board. And I'm pretty sure it goes like knight F3 here. Obviously, you need to make an attack on that pawn. Oh,
F4.
F4. Okay. Wow. That's sharp.
Yep. Well, this is the thing. When you have to make a comeback, you have to play a slightly dubious opening, just trying to catch your opponent by surprise. And I think only by 4 moves on the board, she's been doing a great job. Now it's up to Salimova whether she can face this well without any preparation at all.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I guess the questions here, like, let's say I take the pawn, right? It's just the most logical. And then I suppose you're either playing knight F3 or D4.
Or could it be queen F3? Just stopping D5?
Wow. I mean, maybe. I would be surprised, but, it's possible.
Maybe not. Or maybe the idea is just to play E5 anyway.
E5. e5, I'll probably throw in d5. You would think, right? That would be my normal reaction, like on such moves that you gotta
Right.
always react with that play in the center. So I'm thinking like,
D4, not F4.
Wait, d4 on the board?
D4 on the board.
Why did we think it was f4?
I don't know.
It
She,
seemed
she
like
was
it.
reaching upon me.
Yeah, okay.
Because Vienna is usually you push the F4 pawn anyway,
Yeah, that's right, actually, that's right. It is one of the ideas in the
Yeah.
Vienna. Okay, so she went for d4. Okay, d4 on the board. Well, that looks more normal. All right, so she's basically trying to say, like, if you take and I take, you're going to have a hard time playing d5. And this position I could see could be better for white, right? They just have, like, the space advantage. They're going to play knight of 3 castles. Actually be kind of pleasant, and then the queen cannot get attacked by the knight anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, it's also important to note that black can't even play the quiet move d6 here.
Because you just take, and F7 is hanging. Yeah?
Yeah,
Or you can take it now.
yeah. So you don't want to blunder that tactic. So d4 is definitely posing some questions to her. Now let's take a look at this, but there's going to be a problem with the e-pawn, isn't there? I mean, this move, we just take, give it check, and then in the end we win that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So d4 looks strong. Yeah, looks like a good move. And especially given that Nurgul doesn't seem that familiar with this position.
Yep.
Seems like a
Bishop
good-
B4.
Yeah, bishop b4 is the main move here, yeah?
Yeah, but not very obvious, obviously.
Yeah.
Or you can also play B5. It's a little bit unusual, but that's a move. B5.
b5, well, I see the point, right? The idea is that on bishop b3, don't you want to, you at least want to consider taking here and playing c5. Maybe it doesn't quite work yet, because I can still take with my queen. And when you go c5, I can play queen e5. Thankfully, I have that check. If I didn't have the check, I would just be getting my bishop trapped.
Interesting opening prep by Paulina.
Yeah, and here I'm kind of getting a little lucky that I can like get rid of this pawn. But b5 is an interesting move. It seems to not quite work tactically, at least to like win the bishop, right?
I think if I just saw this for the first time, I'll just take on D4 anyway.
You would just take on d4
Yeah, just play softly like that, and after
and then
that
play
bishop
d6
E7.
or something.
Just bishop E7, I guess.
Ooh, but you got to be careful.
I know.
I think if we allow white to play e5, it could get. Well, I guess we have d5 again. Do you though? Because now I take and I attack.
Oh, B5, yeah. Takes and B5 actually.
Ah, like that's the theory instead of bishop e7, yeah. So b5.
To be honest, I've no clue. This is such an old line, I guess. The going to start just bishop e7 is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree. Like what after e5?
I think d5.
D5.
Yeah, I think.
And then takes on f6 and then takes on c4.
Yeah, I think after bishop e7,
But-
e5, we have to answer with this typical
Oh,
move.
takes on f6 first. Yeah.
Yeah, you take.
Yeah, and after queen e3,
Oh, hold on. What do we? Oh, bishop e6.
bishop e6.
Yes,
Yeah.
because we're threatening
there's
d4.
d4.
Yeah, I see that.
That's nice.
So there are some tricks here, but it's, it is always good to give your opponent something unfamiliar to think about. It's actually, I would say it's actually really annoying, right? It's really annoying when your opponent is like better prepared than you,
Right.
starts putting that pressure on you right from the beginning, and you know that, right? And you're forced to solve all these problems and kind of sink a lot of time right at the
Right.
beginning. So I would say, yeah, Shuvalova is making a smart opening choice, but it just depends on how well Salimova is going to navigate this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after d4, we said that you can actually take and just simply play
Bishop e7.
bishop e7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
E5, D5.
Yeah. Well, but that's tricky because it's all based on calculation, and if you're not even sure this is the right line, it's actually hard to go for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? I mean, because this line, it might seem kind of simple once we're in it, like we see that black is saving the piece because they've got that fork, but that's coming a few moves down the line, and you have to have some confidence that you're even on the right track. So I think basically I like what Shuvalova is doing from the point of view of posing some unfamiliar problems.
Yep. Very smart indeed, yeah, because, well, you're playing chess on the board, but also off the board, you also have to have a very good preparation and a tricky one if necessary.
Yeah, you know what I would say? Oh, and also I think what's important.
She took.
So she took on d4. Okay,
Yep.
queen takes. I was going to say, let's say she plays d6 here. On d6, there could also be e5, right?
E5, yes.
At least, d6 seems like a plausible move, but this could be a problem. It was just the same idea.
Yeah.
Right, so you would have to do something else. And what would
C5.
what would that be?
But C5, what do you do? Queen E3? But Queen E3, knight G4.
Yeah, there is always this move. I guess on this move immediately, I was kind of hoping maybe I would have E6. That typical interception. And you're saying maybe C5, yeah? Okay. Let's see where my queen should go. Maybe F4 or
No.
actually
F4,
maybe just
you
somewhere
can just
on
take
this
it.
maybe somewhere on this file. Maybe just D3. I think that's as simple as that. We just stay here. But then maybe you can go knight G4, but something could happen to F7. And also the pawn being here is a little weakening of that square, right?
Wow, this is quite a trial for Salimova.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Maybe
like to
just
be
like
in her
this.
position.
How about this? I like development. Development is a great chess strategy. We keep having these tactical ideas against the pawn, which makes it hard for you to take on E5. So yeah, okay. Well, I'm not surprised that Shuvalova is having some smart, preparation, because she also showed that against me. I think.
Also, if you remember her game against Theodore Ignat, that Catalan, it was such a good prep as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, now let's see what Bella is coming up with against Han Zhongyi. So she started the game with knight F3, D5, G3, and for some reason Tan Zhongyi, she doesn't go for this G6 line, which is supposed to be the best way to equalize. She goes for this, and castles E6, C4. And what's funny here is this is exactly Elizabeth's game, isn't it? Is that if Black wanted to, Black did want to. Black captured on C4. And now if Bella would capture here, it would be exactly the game between Elizabeth Patz and Anna Muzychuk. But Bella went knight E5 and bishop D7, knight A3, CD. Yeah, this is another line. This also looks very familiar to me, bishop E7. So for now, white is down a pawn. And what are the ideas here? Are there some ideas of, where is the compensation, actually? I kind of remember this bishop going to F4 in these lines. Obviously, if you take on D7, Black has a really comfortable recapture. So she played Queen B3.
Queen
yeah?
B3, yes.
Okay, so she's attacking
The
B7.
So Queen C7 is one of the main moves here. Queen C7 or Queen C8.
So basically, if you castle, you're saying that, it's uncomfortable to lose that pawn because there's just a lot of pressure on the knight.
Yeah, I just take on B7. That's
a lot of pressure on the diagonal. Okay. So you can't lose the pawn. Maybe that's why I remember bishop F4, because if you put the queen on C7, then that could
bishop
be an
F4
idea.
is, yeah.
So queen C7 or queen C8, yeah?
Yep.
Queen C8 also playable?
Yep. So if Queen C7, bishop F4, you can play knight H5. Surprisingly, there is no good discovery. Well, you can take on c6. This is interesting line.
Yeah, let's take a look. Knight takes c6, knight takes f4.
Knight takes f4, knight takes e7, knight takes g2. And then here you have plenty of moves. You can play rook a c1, but let's take a look at the direct one, yeah? Like king takes
King
g2.
takes.
And then here,
And queen b4.
you can have b5.
Ah, you're not even taking my knight.
Yeah, b5 first. And
Wow.
that's actually very clever because after queen b4, I mean, taking on e7, queen b4, you have queen d6, yeah? Because now you don't have that.
Yeah. I mean, here the square looks kind of scary. Although, I'm looking at this position and I'm like, is king f6 actually the best move? I think it might be. It's very rare that you get your king out to f6 and it's not completely losing, but actually it could be playable.
Yeah, it is playable. This position
also
is
been-
good
yeah.
for black too.
Wow.
Yeah.
And also, and you're saying before taking the knight, because the knight is trapped, you can also kick away the other knight to get the queen access to d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good point. Okay. So, queen c7, main move, yeah? But Tan is thinking, okay, so actually, Bella is better prepared for this line. That's also a good sign for her. I mean, she's in a must-win situation. She's got, hasn't used any of her time, so she's completely in her prep.
Right.
And Tan is already starting to think. So, well, that's good news for, I think, Shuvalova and Bella.
Yep.
Let's take a look what is going on in the game between Harika and Alexandra Goryachkina. That one seems quite interesting. So Harika went for e4. And we have a Berlin. Okay.
This e6 idea. Yeah.
E6.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a pawn sack, but it gives white so much attack.
Okay. So Harika is going for a sharp line. Well, she did get an open A file as a result of her pawn sacrifice. Let's take a quick look at this move e6. So when they go d6, basically, if you take the knight right away, this is just kind of solid for black, and black actually still has an extra pawn, right? So you're giving away the pawn like that and getting a tempo on the knight, opening the A file. Okay. Getting a kind of a tempo on their bishop, but black develops.
Yeah, what interesting here is instead of going the usual knight bd4 and then going for this drawing
Yes.
Berlin, with the queen d6 stuff, Goryachkina went for d6, so also offering her opponent to just play the game instead of taking the easy draw.
You're talking about this famous draw, right? They go here and we take, and I think this is the one that actually was happening between Elizabeth and Ju Wenjun in their second classical game. It's something like this, right?
Yeah, I think it's d5 instead of d6. There is some difference to it.
But anyway,
Yeah,
it gets
it's
to this
anyway like this,
position,
yeah.
and then it's like this type of draw.
Yes.
And because black can't really develop this bishop without hanging the pawn, they go for the repetition. So, so Goryachkina is the one who avoided that, yeah? Interesting. So basically what you're saying is like, she could have played here, and really there's nothing there for white.
There's nothing,
There's
yeah.
nothing, right? Yeah, and instead, she decides to keep the game going. So, I mean, that's actually kind of very significant.
Yeah, and
Right?
of course, by playing d6, she obviously prepared for this e6 because, you could have taken on b5 and then the game will be dried again.
Yeah.
But she must have prepared e6 because that's the chance for white to create something.
But I mean, I'm just very curious about the psychological things going on here because, Harika playing white, she goes e4, and then she basically, she knows that like bishop, knight f6 is not a huge surprise, right? The Berlin by Goryachkina. And she's playing a line where a draw is the most likely outcome.
Yep.
And yet it's actually black who says no to it. So it's like black is saying, no, I don't want to go to the tie breaks right away, right? I want to try to win the game in the classical. So I don't know. I find that quite fascinating.
It is.
Okay. So she's giving Harika a chance to attack her a bit. Let's see how this goes. So f4, knight c4. And Harika actually has spent, less time here. Rook e1. Well, I guess taking the pawn back always runs into queen d7, and black can even, well, maybe not castle queen side, but castle king side, right? So you could have taken the pawn immediately, but queen d7 I think is a important resource, and then once you knock the queen out of there, you'll castle king side. So she goes rook e1. Bishop f6. So now castling is not so easy perhaps because of f5. I mean, of course, she can also go for this and maybe
Takes rook
rook f7 and
Knight let's see, free should be
yeah.
fine.
I mean, still okay. There is some initiative, I think, for white having that open file. Actually, the a file is more unpleasant than the e file. So instead, she goes bishop f6, attacking this knight. And okay, I see why she's going for that, because she has a forced queen trade in this position. Yeah, I mean, white cannot keep the queens on the board at all because this rook is hanging. So this is actually quite clever by Gerechkina, taking the middle game to an endgame right away. And there was a trade. And this is the current position on the board.
Yep.
It's actually a double-edged endgame. You cannot say this is some kind of dead draw at all.
No, it's not. There's still some nuances here. Yeah, the good thing about black is black isn't castled here yet, so she can actually put her king on d7 and then trying to consolidate and actually trying to exploit the fact that white has doubled pawns on the b file. So while a7, I agree, a7 is the target of attack here, but white has to work to really use that fact that a7 is their target of attack, which is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have their advantages, right? Like black has this extra center pawn.
And a potentially better bishop.
Yeah, and also like a king that's closer to the center, right? And white's main advantage is actually this, isn't it? It's pressure. But maybe black at some point could, even play the move like a6.
Yep.
And just kind of trade the rooks over there. I mean, it's balanced, but it's still unbalanced enough for it to. I would say the evaluation is balanced, but the position is unbalanced enough for it to be interesting.
Like, for example, now I think king d7 should be played if it was black to move. King d7 followed by bishop f6. That's all, and then see white's move.
Maybe even c6 can be played later on. But yeah, like white, I think the problem for white is that white doesn't really have the center here, right? Black is the one with the center pawn. So I'm not exactly sure how these two pieces are supposed to be organized. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind being black here is basically what I'm saying. But let's take a look at our open section, because we've had some progress in the game between Ivanchuk and Magnus Carlsen. So in the opening, after the move rook b8, there was a trade on b5, c3, d6, d4, e takes, c takes, d5, e5, knight e4. Okay. And this is the current position on the board. So certainly looks very solid for Magnus, doesn't it?
I think this is a very. I mean, I'm a Spanish player as well, so I'd be happy to
Be black here.
to achieve this position as black. Yes.
Yeah, because
there is no weakness at all.
and the bishop is kind of like, well, it's actually very important that the bishop is on this diagonal, and that white doesn't have a chance to post the bishop here.
Yeah, I think the only work that black has to do is something to do with the c7 pawn in the later stage of the game. But of course now it's completely safe. Probably the knight. Maybe there's some trade on the a file, and then the knight goes to a5 and c4. This is actually one of the ideas as well.
Going here and just here. Yeah. So white has his pawn majority on the king side, right? But somehow my arrows sometimes go the wrong way. But it's hard to use it. It's hard to use it because it's hard to get those pawns going, right? Like the knight is blockading the f pawn, and this bishop is actually so powerful, it's hard to get rid of him. So I have to say, at the moment, like I'm not even sure like what the concept would be for white to develop a game out of this position, which is not a great situation, right? For
if you're playing
must
for a win, yeah.
Yes. I mean, like, if you put your bishop there and you get the trade, I mean, black is fine with that too. The queen will just come.
So maybe in this position, I don't know, it's just because if I were black, I would play just rook a8 and knight f5, so maybe queen e2, just to prevent it.
Okay, nice point. But the funny thing is, yeah, I'm not even sure you prevent it. But yeah, there's tactics on these squares, but yeah, you're right that you can try, right? Queen e2. So the point is, if on rook a8, yeah, I do think you stop it because you take, and I don't have any cool tactics here for a lot of reasons.
e7 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean I don't have this one because you simply take with your knight, protect your queen, and I don't have this one because you take the queen and then you take the bishop. So you're also attacking this pawn. So this didn't work out for black. So queen e2 is a good move, stopping rook a8. And I actually think that's really important. At least latch on to the one small weakness.
And he did
goes
bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Okay. Well, that's okay. But now on rook a8, I guess the benefit is that his rooks will be connected somehow. Maybe then he can go.
Yeah, it stays on the a1. No need to take it.
I mean, to me, rook 8 is very logical. Like, I think your plan just makes a lot of sense. So, after rook a8, what to suggest for white?
Or probably he just wanted to have like bishop and knight versus two bishops. That's possible too. Like, for example, if we play, let's say, knight d2 here, and then knight a5, and then queen f3, something like that.
Okay, I'm getting a little scared.
I'm getting scared
for
too.
white. Yeah, because I think if we give up this bishop and we let this guy stay on the board, it's just a dream for black. I mean, white's just going nowhere with their play, right?
Yeah.
So you can have all the squares you want.
Or queen f. Oh, sorry, not queen f3, but bishop c2 maybe after knight f5.
Yeah, you can do that, but it's just white has so little to play for.
I know. This might not be the right opening choice by Ivanchuk to play for a win. So because,
well, so far it looks so solid for black that I honestly don't even know like what the white plan is, right? Which is not the best sign. At least if you want to reach a double-edged position where you can say, well, this side wants that, the other side wants that. Like, I can see black's ideas, like you pointed out. I just don't see white's ideas. Because white's ideas, they must be linked to the extra pawn on the king side. But how do you use that when there's a bishop like that in f5, right? And then this is like coming so fast. Yeah. So rook a8 is our prediction. Let's see if Magnus and us are on the same page. And meanwhile, let's take a look at Magnus Carlsen's stats in the World Cup.
Yep. This game will be quite a long game, and I would say that I like how black plays. I think I will add this game as my Spanish repertoire as well, because a world number one plays it very easily.
Okay, so Magnus Carlsen began playing in the World Cup in 2005. Wow, almost 20 years ago, and he went quite far. He was only 15 years old then, and he lost to Evgeny Bareyev. And then 2 years later, he got to the semifinals, losing to Gadakamsky, and only played in the World Cup 10 years later after he was already the world champion. Got knocked out by Bu Xiangji in a dramatic. That was definitely dramatic that he lost.
Almost everyone remembers it.
Yeah, because, Magnus doesn't lose that often, right? Especially in matches. And in 2021, he went to the semifinals again and lost to Jan-Christoph Duda. So 4 attempts at the World Cup, and this is one of the titles that he has not captured yet.
Yep. I hope he finds it more interesting now instead of boring.
Yeah.
Because he's one step closer to the title. Of course, still a long way to go, but he won yesterday. So, yeah, if he wins today or draw today, then he's gonna go for the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean, one step closer.
One step closer,
Yeah.
yes. Every
And-
move is one step closer.
Yeah, I gotta say, he was saying that in his interview yesterday that he had still not gotten over the nerves, that his nervous system had not recovered from the previous match. And I can see why. Like, it actually was, I think the match with Keimer turned out very stressful to him. Once he lost his first game was black, it was such an uphill battle. He had a must-win situation. That already takes a lot out of you. And then not winning the match in the rapid tie breaks, that was frustrating, so he
Right.
really kind of let it keep going and going. And yeah, I can see why that, was quite a stressful match for him.
Yeah, definitely. And let's take a look at board number 3, Duda versus Caruana.
Okay. So let's see. This must have been an D4 opening.
Yeah, D4.
Yeah,
but
I was thinking it looks like some sort of a
Petrov. Yeah. The resulting position looks like it.
Like, okay, but yeah, then I noticed there were some differences that
With the
actually,
bishop,
it
yeah.
makes it more likely this was a D4 opening. Okay, so he went for a Nimzo E3 line that I've been playing quite a bit of recently. C5, knight of 3, D5. C takes D5. Yeah, I actually played this move against Ho Yufan in the Global Pro League recently, but she just captured back. And I went for this position where black has an isolated pawn. Okay, there's different ways for black to handle this, and so Fabiano didn't necessarily have to avoid it, but he decides to throw in this trade and leads to a symmetric kind of position in the center. Jan-Christoph Duda decides to break the pin, bishop g6, and knight e5. So, well, white has seemingly some little initiative, right? At the same time, they've opened their king. And I guess the big question is, well, knight c6 is the most obvious move to me.
But he went knight bd7 just to be, I think, just also to prepare the rook to c8, pressuring c3, and
Yeah, maybe also that he just doesn't want that change in the pawn structure, because that is possible. I mean, it wouldn't look that scary to me, honestly. Black capturing towards the center.
oh, also maybe after knight c6, bishop g5. That's a nasty pin there.
You want to go here and possibly even take me and fork me on d7, yeah?
Also d5 would be hanging too. So yeah, knight bd7 is more solid approach. And
Yeah.
after that you can free your queen.
And also you have ideas of taking and maybe even taking on d5. Okay, so he goes knight d7. And Fabiano, what is he going to make out of this position? I mean, personally, I wouldn't be... Duda is white, yeah. I wouldn't be, so happy in these positions as white. They're a bit too symmetric for my taste, and it feels like something has to really go wrong for black for him to get problems here. But okay. Let's try to see. I definitely can't even consider crazy moves like that, right? It's just too much. If I can go like there, you just go knight e4, and I'm just...
I think d5
maybe
is
hanging the
yeah.
pawn.
So
Well,
probably
am I hanging something? Because there's knight e5. There's knight e5, so it might be not
maybe
that.
just take twice on hang on. Take on g6. Oh, take on e4 and then take on g6.
But then there's bishop takes e4. Hold on, let's figure out what is so terrible.
Or knight
about-
g6 first, knight g6
Yeah, I
first.
think we have to at least take like that. Yeah, and then we win the pawn, just calmly, right?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Or we
Only
even...
the position at d5.
Yeah, like this, yeah. You have two pieces hanging. Yeah, we just had to get rid of the bishop first so that you don't have knight e5 here. Okay, so g5 actually can be looked at, but
You
maybe
can
you
take
just
on e5
take
and
here.
then knight e4.
Yes, you should throw in that trade before going in. And then, yeah, black is completely fine. White just cannot play like that. So you can't show that much aggression. Let's see what other moves are
Bishop.
possible here.
Bishop moves has to be made.
You like bishop g5, yeah?
Bishop g5, bishop f4 also. Both are, I think, are good. I don't see the point of bishop g5 anymore.
Well, we want to go maybe knight takes d7, but I guess you want to, if I go there...
I think queen a5. Bishop g5, queen a5.
You just hold that pawn, yeah? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Although bishop g5 is, of course, a very good move. I think it's a matter of taste. Bishop g5 can be played. Bishop f4. Yeah, I think just those two.
Rook
Rook
e4
e1.
also makes sense to me, yeah. And you definitely can't do things like f4, right?
There's queen b4. Queen b6, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a nice dream to try to win that bishop, but it's just too weakening.
Also, you can take on d3, actually.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, you can get rid of the bishop, and it's hard to imagine that, with such a weak square in e4, right, that
yeah.
White's going to have much. So White has to be careful once he's committed to this g4 move.
Yep, and meanwhile, we can also take a look at the stats of Fabiano Caruana. So Fabiano Caruana has played in the World Cups for 6 times. 2009, 11, 13, 15, 17, 21. And it's almost every World Cup since the first time he played, until the last one.
Looks like, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a regular at the World Cups.
And he has only gotten to the quarterfinals, right? It's the best he's ever done in 2013, losing to MVL. And he actually had a couple of underwhelming World Cup performances, right? I do remember in his recent one where he got knocked out by Rinat Jumabayev of, I think it's Kazakhstan.
Yep.
And Evgeny Nair, so he lost to two, significantly lower rated players, but this time he seems to be in pretty confident form.
Yep, although he had a shaky start, his games, especially against Yilmaz Mustafa, I think should have made him sent back home, but he was quite lucky. And I think also every champion needs a luck, yeah? So maybe he will go far in this World Cup.
Yeah. All right, so knight bd7 played by Fabi, and Jan-Christoph Duda is trying to figure out his approach. Yeah, I mean, basically, I would say if anyone risks something, it would probably be White if he makes a mistake, because once you play g4, your king gets opened up. Then you have to start playing quite carefully. Well, here's the thing that we haven't actually thought about. And yeah, I think we really should talk about this natural move, knight takes g6. Actually, this is the move I would definitely play, like no doubt. Like, I'm not even sure why I haven't suggested it yet, because just get rid of the bishop. And at least when you have this light squared bishop on the board, I mean, you're not so scared. You got the e4 square under control. Yeah, knight e4 is a lot harder to play. On the other hand, we could still get some double-edged game where you might even take and try to give me like a backwards pawn, right? So let's say, what would I do in this position? Maybe just, well, let's take a look at this move, bishop e3. Right, just kind of, because I know you're going to go, queen b6. You're going to start attacking that pawn at some point, right? So let's say I do that. I mean, I think this is very possible to go into this structure and have 2 bishops versus 2 knights. And then just go rook c8 and then like knight b6 and play for that. Right. That could be quite double-edged.
Right, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Though, yeah, I have my suspicion. I don't think Duda will take it on g6 just to keep some fire alive because this knight on f5 is standing very good. Could be some developing move. I think they're thinking of some concrete lines here.
Let's move away from the trade, though. Let's move away. I don't want to let you take on c3. I got positional concepts here, Irene, like f3. Very venomous, to control your knight. Got the bishop pair. Look, I'm going to show you my beautiful plans, like, something like that, maybe, king g2, maybe one day even like h4, who knows?
Yeah, let me play rook e8 then.
Yeah, he took it.
Oh, he
All
took
right.
it. Nice.
There you go. Dude, the most solid move in the position is taking your opponent's bishops.
HG.
Yeah, but now the interesting thing is if we're going to guess knight e2. He definitely doesn't have to do it, but I do see a point to it. And okay, knight e2, and let's say you said rook e8,
Rook e8,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, where should this knight go? Should I put it on f4 and scare you with g5, which is not a threat? Should I put it on g3 where it does nothing? I think, or should I just go with bishop f4 for now?
All moves
All
look
moves
good.
are possible? Yeah, they all
Yeah.
look possible. All right, we're going knight f4. We're just going to try it.
Okay. Maybe I should move the bishop back to. Wait, if I move it to d6, do you play g5? I don't think
Maybe
so.
go knight e4, and
Yeah.
I think I'm going to mess up my king too much.
Yeah. So okay,
You
bishop
can go
d6.
bishop d6. Okay. Yeah, every time I go, actually, knight e4 is certainly one of your ideas. Yeah, f3 is it's a little difficult to do this, right? This whole diagonal feels rather weak. So just to show guys, like we can't really go for lines like this and let the knight in. It is a little too much, I think, for white to play like this, losing the g pawn. Maybe knight f4 is not the best. Maybe we got to take a different approach here.
Bishop.
Bishop?
Yeah.
Where?
e3, f4, g5. You pick.
I pick, yeah? All right, let's go bishop e3. The reason, guys, I'm putting it here instead of bishop f4, which looks more active, is actually because I think that at some point you will be trying to trade. And I'm not sure I want to trade those bishops with you. I want to keep my bishop pair, which is why I'm going to e3.
Let's say knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah, it's a little sad that I can't like comfortably get my queen here, right? So maybe I have to go queen b3.
Queen b3. Yep.
Yeah, and actually, how are you defending these guys?
Let me. I was thinking to just sacrifice the d5 or b7, but trying to find a way how to do it best.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not like actually that clear what black should do here, right?
Okay, let's try this queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5, and I go a3,
yeah,
right?
although I'm saving my idea to queen h4, but okay, let's play bishop d2 here.
Nice. That's an unusual spot for the bishop. Actually, I like it. I agree with you that you're going to get a lot of play. If I go after your pawns,
I think just play knight b6.
yeah, like a greedy little piglet. I don't think this is going to work too well for me.
I'll take on e3 first.
Yeah, you're going to weaken my king. I mean, already you're going to have
I can even play queen d2.
yeah,
even.
tons of compensation, right? Just like that.
Or knight f6, queen d2. I like black a lot.
Yeah. Okay, well, you showed me how you're going to keep your position afloat. And Jan-Christoph Duda, he is still thinking here.
What interesting me is usually when you already, I mean, previously this was also one of the critical moments, right?
Yeah.
And he already thought for some moment there, and this move, knight g6, which he did, and hg is already quite like automatic.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have seen this in his calculation. And usually if you already commit into doing such a thing, you already had a follow-up in mind.
Kind of. But, you know, the thing is, though, it's like, okay, for him, maybe that was like the first decision. He's like pretty sure he wants to get that bishop off the board. But, oh, he put queen b3.
Queen b3.
But there's so many options here for white, right? So queen b3 actually defends the knight. This is the idea that if they take, you're probably taking with the queen. Most likely, you're not taking on the doubled, the backwards pawn. And yeah, the queen putting some pressure here makes sense. We might see queen a5. In fact, I think there's a very good chance we're going to see that move. But is there a hidden flaw to it? Maybe there's g5 on the board, Irene? Look at that. Maybe g5 now. And maybe that's the problem. So there's a problem with this pawn, and you don't have like this knight e4 idea yet. And on bishop takes f6, c3.
bc3 and knight e4.
Yeah, bc3, knight e4, and that's why I'm thinking like, is there something else here? I mean, I was looking at this. But then you
Bishop
take on
d4.
d4, and black's position looks completely fine. So what other move could white have here? What could it be? I mean, yeah. Well, queen takes c3 doesn't really inspire, but maybe you know what it is? Maybe it's queen c3. And then c4, and then c4 in the end. After you go knight e4, we have c4. And maybe this is why the engine bar likes this particular position, because we got to advance the backwards pawn and use the little tactical point that you can't take me. And I get
Yeah,
like,
but that can easily be answered. Like, for example, knight b6, take on this d5, and then knight c3.
yeah, but you know, it might be that.
Ah.
Might be. I mean, there's a lot of like, once I get these two bishops, I feel like we can do quite a bit with those guys, and this could be quite dangerous for black. You know, because you've got your knight somewhere, but I don't know. Bishops
agree.
look impressive, yeah.
So Fabiano decided just to neutralize it by taking on c3.
Yeah, safe decision by him. Yeah. Well, queen a5 is very normal. It's just basically it's a tactical problem, right? So he just decides to take, and queen takes. Yeah, is the point. So we do get the two knights versus the two bishops, and Jan-Christoph Duda has avoided having a backwards pawn on c3, which is not bad. He's actually very solid, right? Like he can go bishop f4 now, but the position seems pretty balanced.
Right.
Balanced yet unbalanced.
Balance.
You know? Yeah. Okay. Should we take? Yeah, we're going to take a break, guys. I had all those options of what we could do, but we landed on the one that was going to be a short break for us, and we're going to be back with the games in a couple of minutes.
See you in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
we are back, and 7 games they are in a must-win situation, and we'll take a look one of them. That is between Alexei Sarana versus Dominguez.
Yeah, Alexei Sarana playing c4. We have an English on the board, and this game caught my eye because actually this is the opening that I had in my first game against Ouellet. I'm not sure.
Ouellet.
Ouellet. Okay, there you go. Wasn't sure how to pronounce the name of my opponent from Canada. And we went into this line, in fact, not only up to this point, but even actually, I think, well, maybe I started with the move knight f3 and then bishop d3. But similar idea. So Alexei Sarana plays bishop d3. It's kind of a more rare line. Obviously, you're blocking your d pawn, so it looks so unusual. I mean, the main move in this position would be d4, but then you have to deal with black's idea of e5, and the game kind of takes a more direct confrontation. So the idea of bishop d3 is actually in some positions, well, it depends on where the knight goes, but some positions the bishop goes to e4, then you'll play d4 later. So it's an interesting, rare move. And Linier Dominguez plays bishop d7, so that's definitely something new to me. I mean, my opponent set up something with bishop d6 and just castles, pawn to h6.
It's new. It's quite rare, this bishop d7. Although it's been played before by the likes of Caruana himself and Nakamura and Anand. So this is not very common, but some of the top players already played it.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, bishop d7, knight e2. So not even, okay, I've never really seen the knight go to e2 in these positions.
Yep, knight f3 is more common.
Yeah, knight
obviously.
f3 looks more natural. So he goes to e2 and bishop d6. And, you know, what I'm kind of amazed about is that Dominguez has burned through a lot of time, and they've barely made any, like, significant looking moves. Like, it's, I mean, obviously he can get to this position in like a few seconds, and then, okay, bishop d3 is not like some huge shock, right? Okay, he can think a little bit about it, so he chose this one, knight e2, and then he basically spent what, like 40 minutes on the moves bishop d6 and bishop c6. I mean, that's kind of shocking, because I mean, it's like, is it that you know, that important, like which bishop you develop where? I mean, I don't know. We probably could have played bishop c6 in like a couple of seconds, and it probably wasn't a big deal. But yeah, he spent like 40 minutes
for those moves,
on these moves, and that just seems like rather a lot of time to invest when nothing has happened yet. But we can take a look at this position, right? Let's see how the game could develop. So right now the pawn is hanging, and we need to make a choice. So Rana needs to make a choice. Does he want to go knight e4 and try to get one of the bishops? It looks pretty reasonable to me at first glance. Like, my first instinct is like, okay, yeah, I'll do it.
Knight e4. So anything with bishop e4, queen e5, queen e2.
Queen e2, and then I think you just have more problems because I'm actually threatening, well, maybe not that move yet, but certainly that one. I just got the bishop pair. I'm going to play d4 next. So I don't think you want to do that. You probably need to give me the other bishop. Or maybe you can give me no bishops by just going queen e5. Right? And then after I go queen e2, then maybe you can move this guy away.
Or you can also play knight d7 here, giving that bishop and try to long castle.
Yeah, I mean, you can also go for development. That's right. You can just say like, hey, okay, if you take my bishop, not a big deal. I take back with a c-pawn. And I'm going to play this endgame against you.
And seeing the situation that Dominguez just needs a draw, I think this is going to be quite too simple for Sarna to play.
Yeah, so you think he's not going to want to... well, his other option after bishop c6 is, of course, to castle and to give Dominguez maybe a chance to attack him. with h5. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so the normal move, it has to be knight d7, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would say queen h4 is interesting, right? Just controlling e4. And I would say that h5 seems like if Dominguez was in a must-win situation, he would be looking at that move.
I'd be looking at that move regardless.
Anyway, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a fun move to play. I mean, when you've got bishops pointing at the opponent's king like that, you might want to add in the h-pawn. So the main point is, like, you can't even move your knight because there's little tactics now.
Oh, you could have taken it. All right. Oh, no, this is better. This is better.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe I could even do it.
No, but queen e5 is better.
Maybe I can do it like this and then
Queen.
use that check and just win a pawn as well. And this move is for some reason worse.
Rook e1. Yeah, you can just
Really?
give it back. Yeah, because then king f1, king e2. Yeah, I just realized that.
No, but we haven't given up anything. Like, that's just that would be crazy if it's rook e1, right?
I don't see any other move.
There is no other move, but, like, how could this be that good for white? Like, white
Because-
just lost a pawn.
Yeah, because I think you just have no play. Like, what are you going to do next in this
No,
position?
knight c6.
Can
You're
play
gonna
rook
go queen b3
b1,
or
for
rook
example.
b1,
Yeah,
yeah?
yeah.
Okay, but that's rather unexpected,
Mhm.
yeah? I would say losing the h2 pawn and somehow still being okay. But okay, black can reverse the move order and start with that sacrifice
Yep.
and then also get that bishop. So that's a much better way for black to do it. So that's the way this game might go. And by the way, Saronic did castle. So he's inviting Dominguez forward with h5. But Dominguez has 44 minutes. And he spent a lot of time to get here. Is he going to try to attack him like that? I don't know. I would be impressed, like, with his fighting spirit if he played that move.
I think if I were black, I would just play knight d7 because I think I can still play h5 at the next move. Just waiting to see, knight d7. Oh,
Okay, he's about to
reaching
play
it.
a move.
He's reaching this
Wait,
pawn.
all right.
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Well, he did make another move that I mentioned.
Queen h4.
Queen
Yeah.
h4, quite okay. It seemed to me, I mean, just intuitively, because you're controlling e4, pinning this knight, not allowing f4 either. So yes, queen h4 does seem like a very reasonable square for the queen. And you never know. I mean, black still has those bishops pointed at the king. You never know when there could be an attack. And certainly he's going to be going knight d7 next. And then the big question is, which way is black going to castle in this game? Because both look possible for now. So the only thing I don't really like is Dominguez's time management.
Yep, he's
know.
burning so much time already in the opening.
I mean, he's only made 10 moves, and he's got 44 minutes, and there's still like a complicated middle game ahead. So even though I like his position, I'm really a little nervous about the way he's managing his clock. He's down more than half an hour. That's a lot of time to give up. And we are going to go now to the game between Prague and Burkish, because that advanced French has developed in a very interesting way. After knight e7, knight c3, knight a5 did happen. We mentioned that idea earlier. One of the key ideas in this position, using the pin on the b4 pawn to get the knight into the c4 square. And the knight got here. The bishop went back. And a5 by Burkesh. Castles. Okay, so Prague just gave up the pawn, although I don't know if anyone's really... Yeah, going to keep it. Yeah, rook b1. He wants to get it back, and queen a7.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Prague didn't reach this pawn b4 just instantly. He has something in mind, so this is our task now, Irina, to figure out what he's thinking right now.
Oh, you mean like why is he not like instantly playing a takes b4?
Yep, because that would have been very natural, right?
Yeah. Oh, so he's been thinking now for a while.
Yeah, almost 10 minutes.
Almost 10-minute think. Okay, so let's figure out what else he's considering here. Well, it's either the rook takes or the pawn takes or something completely different. But I don't really think there is something completely
Yeah,
different.
you have to deal with this pawn on b4 anyway.
Yeah, your knight's hanging, so you got to get rid of it.
So if the rook takes, and let's say
knight c6,
knight c6, there might be knight b5, yeah?
queen a5. I mean, you could consider taking with the rook. I mean, okay, intuitively, let's see what I would just do based on intuition, yeah? Or it's hard to have only intuition because we know knight c6 is coming and you're about to get some hanging pawns. So it's not only intuition that matters here.
You need to calculate too, yeah?
Yeah, you really do. It's like, I could say, well, pawn should capture towards the center. I could say that, right? But I still have to, first of all, I mean, b5 is probably not the move, right? We probably, there's some sense to it, but I have a feeling like it's wrong. I mean, the point of it is just really to support the knight in a very permanent way. But then your pawn can be hanging in case you ever go knight c6. So b5, it's worth thinking about. Of course, the main move here is knight c6, and to examine that. That could be bad, and it could be bad because I
Yeah, just take in d5.
take and play d5, and you just gave me a big opportunity to open the center while you're not really that well developed. Perhaps knight takes d5?
Knight takes d5, yeah.
Yeah, and you have trouble getting this bishop out, actually.
Yeah, and white is very
It's tricky.
pleasant here.
Yeah, also I would say I mentioned that move is coming, and b6 square is also annoying, right? So, I mean, knight c6 is natural, but there seems to be a tactical problem with it, right? If it wasn't for bishop c4, maybe you could do this move. And on bishop takes, pawn takes, there could be even something besides d5. It could be also like b5. Maybe we can... Oh, but b5 you have knight b4.
Yeah.
Well, we can keep going. Maybe d5 here. But I agree that this looks kind of less clear than d5 immediately, right?
Yeah. d5 immediately is the move. But
Yeah. Because here, like, you can always
trade it.
trade. And this is, like, not as dangerous looking. Black will play bishop e7 and castles next.
Or bishop c5, maybe.
So, actually, there is a point to playing b5 then. So
Yeah, I
that
think I
was
like b5 here for black.
b5, yeah, I kind of had this idea, support the knight. Now I see why. On the other hand, I mean, now white has to switch their attention, I think, to the king side and do something there. But I guess it's not easy to move that knight because this pawn is always hanging. All right, so that's one thing that Prague is thinking about. Then he is also thinking about taking with the rook. But that allows knight c6 with a tempo. That's already different.
I think you can afford this. You can afford giving the tempo up.
Yeah?
Because you have a direct attack now. You want to take on c4 and d5. But now we just have to think about what to do with the rook, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to give an exchange? Rook c4?
Do I want to? No.
No?
But I see the point. I don't know. But this is, okay, this is very double-edged, right? Like, I mean, you don't just, yeah, you can't make that move without calculation. I mean, because it's not clear that you have enough here.
Knight d4, yeah?
Yeah, there's knight d4. Nice tactic. Discovery on the bishop. Yeah, so it's interesting that...
He took it with the pawn.
With the
though.
pawn, yeah?
But with the rook, it's more interesting because after b5, a, b, b5, yeah. With the rook, let's say, let's c6. What if I just...
There could have been other moves here, too, by the way. This is hanging. There could be, like, some knight a3. I mean, is that even that crazy? It's a little crazy. I would admit that knight a3 looks a little crazy, but
Takes rook b3 and then
yeah,
bishop
you
b5.
probably you probably like just kind of sack the pawn and.
Yep.
But anyway, he took with the pawn.
And b5.
And he played b5. Okay, so there we go. Well, the good news for us is that this game is very sharp. Nothing's been clarified yet. Only a couple of pawns have been traded. And, of course, Prague has quite a big time advantage over Burkesh. But at least it seems like Burkesh has sort of, he knows what he needs to do now, I think, right? Like, he stabilized the situation on the queen side, and now he needs to find a way to somehow get castled.
Yep.
And, well, let's say like, what if Black has to move again? What would his move be, actually? Because it's not so easy to move this knight. You can't go to f5 because you're going to lose that pawn.
I think rook a8 and then knight c8, bishop e7 and castle.
Oh, wow, knight c8. Interesting. Yeah, but because when you go this way, you walk into my typical ideas of using the h-pawn to attack you.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean by saying that white is going to be attacking on the king side here. But on the other
Also-
hand,
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. I think you shouldn't put your knight on the king side. Also, another idea is to play rook b8 and knight c6, and attacking this b4 pawn. Rook b8 and knight c6.
rook b8 and knight c6. That is interesting. Yeah, I do like the idea of actually pressuring white a bit because the problem I have like with this plan is that, we're not really attacking so much, and at some point, like, your pieces are leaving the king side. It could get dangerous, right? But I kind of like rook b8. Rook b8, protect this pawn so that you can then go knight c6 and really unleash, your pieces on b4 and d4. I like that a lot. So, okay, so Prague needs to figure out a move now because he's got to do something quite specific, right? And he also, it's not obvious. I mean, I would be kind of happy with the outcome of this opening for Burkesh, actually. I don't feel like the engine bar likes this position excessively for white, and it also is like not that apparent like what white's plan should be. Because, well, the plan ideally would be the attack with the f-pawn, but that's kind of hard to do since you can't really move this knight. I think maybe we need to look at these moves. You know that? Maybe
But
we
I can
actually have
just-
to look at that. Well, it's not that clear. If you are brave enough to take me, right?
No, actually, what's the idea? Like after h6, let's say I'm not going to take it.
But let me show you my idea here. Okay, let me show you my idea. My idea is to draw your king into a check with some tactics. And I don't know. I mean, of course, it's like, the point is, that I'm getting that rook. It's a messy thing, but it seems to work out. And your question is, why not just h6? Yeah, great question. Let me think about that. h6. What crazy stuff can I do? Queen h5. Then you go g6. Then I have to go to h3, and at some point you take on d4. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do on this move. Seems like very, very plausible. I could say, hey, I provoked you to play h6, and maybe that helps me in some way, because my bishop can finally land a sacrifice there one day. Could say that.
Yeah, but I think this is still a very. I think this is going to be a very sharp position because also black can choose not to castle because. Oh, I think that position. I'm so tempted to just exchange sack.
Maybe just here.
No, just take on g5 instead of g6. And then take on d4.
You want to take on g5
Yeah.
and take on d4. Yeah, I have to say I did give you a big opportunity there, didn't I? Because in exchange for that rook that you got like my whole center.
And plenty of pawns.
Plenty of things to harvest here.
Yep.
Right? Harvest is ripe. Well, Well, no, I think actually the point of this move is actually just to provoke h6 to go back. I mean, if you're going to do it, because I can't make it work in any other way. Like, I can't do anything with this knight besides going back. But no, I think this is this is a fascinating position. It's fascinating to me because I feel like it's not that obvious what White's plan should be, right? Well, the plan that you suggested for Black is actually very understandable to me.
Yep. Maybe it's better to take a control over the A file. So maybe a bishop move is needed. So let's say like bishop f4, bishop g5 with the idea of rook a1. And then you just have to strengthen the A file and make it as your entry point.
Yeah, I have another idea though. Instead of even going rook b8 like we were doing, why don't we just go queen b6? If we know the queen's going to get attacked anyway, let's just go queen b6, protect that, and then go knight c6. So how are you going to get your A file play?
I think I'd still do it regardless. Yeah, like, okay, this is White to move, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's say I play bishop. Tough call.
Yeah. I don't know, bishop g5.
Bishop g5, I don't, yeah.
All right, let's say I just I'm not even going to consider h6. Let's just go with my plan, queen b6. And I want to go knight c6. Wouldn't it be an upset if Ferenc Burkish could beat our prodigy Prague? Yeah. But, you know, I'm just saying that I kind of get Black's position here. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is not, you know, this is not an unsuccessful opening for Black. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
So
Not
I
clear.
would say good job, Burkesh, to getting, you know, to creating this position. And now let's take a look at Vasily Ivanchuk and Magnus Carlsen. Vasily has whoa, big changes on the board. He has a big edge on the clock, more than half an hour. And he has, I guess, something now to play for. So when last time we saw this position, he played the move bishop e3. And we thought Magnus would just go rook a8, but Magnus went for the other common plan in this position, knight d8.
Ah, Magnus should have just played that typical idea.
Rook a8,
Rook
right?
a8. I
Yeah.
was just checking, and Engine approved my idea.
Oh,
so.
I did, but I mean, it makes so much sense,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah, no, I liked it too. So, but he goes knight d8, and let's see what happens. So Vasily goes knight d2. What's the point of that? We don't really know. I mean, I don't know. Do you understand this move? Like, where is he trying? Oh, is he just trying to, I don't know, open the f pawn? Ah, that's what he's trying to do. He is.
F4, G4.
Yes. Okay, now I'm kind of
Stone.
getting it. I'm kind of getting it because he does actually want to go, you know, G4, F4, I think. I think it might be just as simple as that.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know which move order he wants to use. Maybe this one. Yeah, but actually, there is no h5, so he can sort of do either. Oh,
think you
there's
can-
queen f3. There's queen f3. That's what we're blundering. So he didn't even have knight e6. Oh, so knight d2 is quite clever. Knight d2 just stopped knight e6 completely. Okay, so Magnus changed plans when he realized he couldn't do that. Plays b4. And Vasily goes c4. Obviously, just wants to keep some complexity on the board, doesn't want to trade too many pawns. Okay, some sort of imbalance created in the pawn structure. c6. Queen a4. And rook b7. Okay, wow. So rook b7 is a move that we need to figure out, like what that is all about, right?
Yep.
Well, I guess we know. We can figure it out pretty fast. The point is that, again, he was stopping knight e6. Couldn't go there because of d5, and the queen would hang due to the pin. So he goes
So
rook
rook
b7
b7,
to
it's
protect the
preparing it.
queen, and he wants to go knight e6 next and start taking over these squares. Okay, got it. So this is the next move that Black intends to play. Well, it's logical, right? I mean, he didn't put the knight on d8 to stay there forever. So now we need to find a move for white. Well, what could he do?
Knight b3 definitely looks very natural. So let's say knight b3, knight e6, knight a5.
Knight a5. You can't really move c5 because there's always d5, right? Can you take on d4? That is actually a big question, isn't it?
But b7 hangs, yeah?
Oops, yeah, I forgot. You actually, you should have told me that you're also attacking my rook, not just my pawn.
No,
right?
I'm attacking the rook.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, if I know that, then I guess I won't hang it. I'll just go rook c7. Yeah. Okay, but Vasily played the move rook to
No,
knight f1.
knight f1.
Knight f1, okay. Interesting. He didn't take too long on that, and the engine didn't seem to like this knight retreat very much. Huh. Well, his idea is obviously like knight g3 and some sort of f4. I mean, I'm thinking like, okay, knight e6, right? So
And then
he must be
knight g3.
Knight g3. And we're going to pretend like this move doesn't exist.
It's not gonna.
But
Okay.
it's actually like, it actually is a move, right? Like it needs to be looked at.
Yep.
I mean, I know tactically it looks a bit scary, but you can't just offhand say like, oh, I'll never play this move. Like, what's the refutation?
Just pin.
Just pin, and okay, like which pin? Like this one?
Or maybe wait. Let me think.
You pin, I play c5. You play c5, right? That's what I'm saying. It's not that clear. My idea was that, if you take here, the queen takes and she hits the bishop.
Oh, can you just play
Maybe
bishop a6?
Maybe it's that. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it's
just that simple.
Yeah, it's reminded me of Dominguez's game against Serrana yesterday, where he had these like little attacks. So yeah, we have two pieces hanging and white wins material. Okay, that's why you can't take the pawn, but you still have to think about that. And he did bring out his knight, Magnus, and Ivanchik immediately goes knight g3. It's like no thinking about that. And I suppose in that case, Magnus will be going bishop g6. The only other move I can see. And now, there's only one reason this knight is here. There's only one reason, it's to help this advance. But you can't necessarily do this right away.
Because just knight d4.
Of
Yeah?
knight d4. I mean, you have to calculate that.
Oh, actually, you can have knight f4 and then queen takes d4.
Ah, even better.
Even better. Yep.
Yeah, they would just take and win one of these bishops. So you can't go there. So you have to go rook a d1, I suppose. How about that? Like this?
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that makes sense.
Rook a d1, you have rook a7. And that rook somehow
Yeah.
gets better. Rook a3 coming up.
Rook a3, yeah. All right, so we're going to see now what is Ivanchik's point. Well,
Bishop g6. Mm-hmm.
could he go rook fd1? Maybe rook fd1 is the point. You definitely don't want to give up the a file. But maybe rook fd1.
Yep, he did. Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how fast he's playing. So he really hasn't spent a lot of time on this game.
Maybe the technique is quite textbook already for him. Like, is there anything else that white can do in this position?
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. I mean, I guess once you decide on this knight f1 plan, like this is the concept. So he supports that pawn, But I don't think I mean, the idea can actually be to push sometimes, right? Sometimes you might push it. But I think the main idea is actually, it's not that he necessarily wants the trade of these pawns so much. The main idea is this one. So there's a lot of things that black can do here. One of them is even h5. What do you think about that?
Or bishop h4.
You're a specialist at these strange bishop moves, like bishop d2 that you showed us in the Fabiano game. So
I know it looks a bit awkward, but it stops f4, right?
you know, I think it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting move. And I mean, you actually might even take at some point, because it's not that amazing for my pawn structure. My light squares are going to be very weak. And after you take, you can get your bishop here.
And bishop
then
d5,
there,
yeah.
And you got control over the light square. So I actually like your bishop move.
No, I'm liking it even more.
Yeah. And I feel like this knight is going to have to move. But then, you know, black seems to have improved his position in the last few moves, right? I mean, you might have to just move your knight back to e2.
And then now bishop e4, bishop d5.
Okay. Yeah, it's looking solid for Carlsen. I wonder where Ivanchuk could have played a bit better. Like I think there was a point where maybe Carlsen's move, you know, knight d8 was a bit inaccurate. And after knight d2, this position, like we could have, you know, made something more of this around here. Maybe queen a4 was not perfect, but he was trying to stop knight e6, yeah? But it's also a question, like maybe like the knight should have been going to b3.
Yeah, I was leaning toward that direction.
Instead of like g3, right? Maybe he could have even just, well, I mean, it's a nice blockading square. I think you could have thought about that. What other ideas could we have had here? Well, the knight's coming to e6 and soon is going to be attacking that pawn, right?
What if I just play... Yeah, that goes to e6.
What about crazy move f4? Because at knight e6 I have g4. I mean, is that like absolutely insane to go f4? It's not insane. It's interesting.
Insane, yeah.
I mean, I'm also trying to stop g4, right? So like, trying to stop knight e6 because I'm always trying to use these pawns wherever I see the pawn majority. And then f5 is coming. So I don't know. I feel like, you know, f4 is at least thematic. You know, you have more pawns on that side of the board, so we're trying to use them because now Ivanchuk is like nowhere near to using those pawns, right? So that, I think this moment in the game, like this is actually, he has so many different plans here. He might have wanted to think for longer.
Yeah,
he's just playing so fast.
Yeah, let me see how much time he spent for this queen a4. Literally only 30 seconds. Just to play queen a4.
He took 30 seconds to play queen a4. Oh, I'm so sad to hear that, honestly.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like that's the right approach. I mean, he's playing this whole thing like it's a blitz game or something. I don't know. Maybe his moves now are very obvious, but like, but still, like the fact that he has like an hour and 10 minutes, you know, in this kind of complicated game. I'm just saying, like this position, it seems like a crossroads, right? Like it's great. You managed to create something complicated. There's so many plans. There's an imbalance. Like, how do you know that the queen belongs here, like in 30 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, it's
you know, I know he's very experienced, but I'm just saying, like, you know, there's so many moves here.
so many ideas to choose from. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to decide it. Yeah. Yep.
He played queen a4 in 30 seconds. So yeah, I'm shocked by that. That is a shocking thing. And Magnus's time usage is, of course, like much more normal, right? Like he's kind of taking his time. And okay, so Vasily did this. Oh, sorry, we need to update. Hold on, guys. And Magnus just played knight c7. So the knight is heading for the d5 outpost, and that's a big problem because actually c3 is going to be weak.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also wonder, like, what is this knight doing on g3? If you can't even get this plan in, what is it doing? A knight d5 is going to be so powerful hitting the bishop, like you'll never be able to play f4.
Right.
So then he goes back. The knight goes here. And he
rook
like instantly
f5.
plays rook a5. Oh, it's just not a good sign, guys. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to try to just put Carlsen in time pressure because he generally manages his time quite well. He actually still has, 36 minutes for 15 moves, so he's not like...
Yeah, he's not in
gonna-
time trouble.
He's not in time trouble, and plus, like, once you give him all these squares, like, he... it's just going to get easier for him to play. So he went rook a5. Okay, so he's attacking the knight. Let's see what Carlsen has here. I mean, the most obvious move is, of course, knight c3. But, I mean, he can consider taking there, going for this structure. I wouldn't say that that's like an impossible one, but why would you do that, though? So knight c3. Yeah, knight c3 really kind of makes sense to me. I just don't see how this could be like a bad chess move. But maybe there's rook a1. Maybe the knight is not optimal here. And Ivanchuk kind of has the a file, right?
Yeah, I think also you can insert if you want bishop d8 here.
Oh, bishop d8, like attacking the rook.
Mm-hmm. Rook c5, bishop e7, rook a5, draw great.
Uh-huh.
that would be just a dream for Carlsen.
Yeah, bishop d8, okay. Yeah, it's possible to spot that. But he didn't. He went, I believe, for knight b6. So his knight has actually pranced all over the board.
Rook a7.
Oh, rook a7? Okay, I know he moved something on the king side. Okay, knight b6 is actually a fine move too.
Mm-hmm,
The move that I thought, by accident that he played, but it's actually quite a decent move. All right, he goes rook a7. He doesn't want to give up the a file.
Oh, I know why he didn't like this knight b6.
Why?
You just play d5. Oh, e6 even. Man. E6
Oh,
is there.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah. that would be...
Well, that at least requires calculation,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Like the funny thing is, like, it's not necessarily a problem for black, but I agree that, he wouldn't want to even look at this line, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's just very understandable. I mean, the funny thing is that you can look at it, and it's not like,
Can you actually take the bishop and take the rook?
you want to sack your queen.
Yeah. Maybe it's bad, but it's just like, I don't know, let's
Take the bishop and the rook.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
let's take a
actually
look.
interesting
take a look.
because you do have this strong b pawn, but the problem is I keep this pawn, right?
If that pawn was
Yeah.
eliminated, no.
Yeah, that wasn't quite working. But okay, Carlsen doesn't want to go into lines like that. He wants to keep the knight on its stable outpost. So he went rook a7.
So it's kind of like a pawn sack in a way, because if you take on a7, then take on d5. So what is the compensation that he gets? Okay, the b pawn, of course.
Yeah, this actually, it is a pawn sack. And however, I guess the b pawn is going to be extremely powerful, and the knight is so far away.
So rook b8, or how do you proceed with the pawn?
Yeah, I
Queen
think
a4
we have.
or what?
So queen a4 looks actually very good.
He doubled the rook.
Yeah, it looks
But-
quite good. I think there'd be a lot of play here for black with the pawn. So Ivanchuk wasn't interested. He played rook a1. Okay. So are we going to actually maybe even see rook a8? And yeah, we
Yep.
are.
Mm-hmm.
So Carlsen just continues offering up the d5 pawn. It's playing quite well.
I think at this point, Ivanchuk already
Yeah.
giving up. Like
Yeah.
like to fight for a win. See? Some expressions there.
Yeah. Well, Carlsen is going to
Knight E2.
very solid position. So knight e2, yeah. So he realizes the knight is unfruitful on g3, and he goes knight e2. But yeah, I mean, you see, like, given that we've given up on this plan completely, and like basically black is the one with the passed pawn, so obviously Carlsen's just not risking anything here.
I think you can even go queen a3 here. Or maybe not. Queen a3, bishop d5.
Someone tells us to go back to Nurgul Salimova's game. There might be a rook sack there. Okay, well, what can we say? I mean, we can say that we don't think Carlsen is going to lose this game, do we?
Right. No, he's not going to lose it.
So we can definitely talk about how Ivanchuk could have, applied more pressure. By the way, Prague's game is going an interesting way, but we'll go to that later. Sure, let's listen to the demands of our chat and go to Polina Shuvalova in a must-win situation against Nurgul Salimova. There might be a rook sack after queen d5. Okay, so this game has went in a pretty crazy way. b5, bishop b3, d6, bishop g5, castles queenside, c5, queen d2, c4, and bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. So right now, Polina Shuvalova has her bishop trapped, but obviously her only way out is like going for that rook in the corner, right? So I suppose she's going to be going queen d5. And then when I take the bishop, then that's a question, isn't it?
Do you take on a8 immediately, or you take on b3 first? Yeah,
exactly. I mean, the problem is if I take on b3, I'm actually giving you chances to save your rook, right? If I take on b3, and by the way, something was just captured.
Knight b5.
Knight b5 was played, not queen d5.
Wow.
Okay, so she's sacking a piece.
I have a feeling this is going for a tiebreak tomorrow.
You think she's going to win?
Yeah, Polina might be winning this.
Yeah, although, the computer engine did not like knight takes b5 as much. Not as much as queen d5. So queen d5, I mean, I guess the line would have been something like that. It is crazy, but it seems that, I mean, there's so many options for black, but it seems like that would have been the best way to play for white. Because if you would have captured the pawn back, hoping to get the rook later, well, it may be possible too, but black can at least give up this knight and then protect the rook. And actually here we're even in material, so then we're happy. Oh, then white's winning because white sacrificed nothing. So maybe white even could have just captured back like this as well. But anyway, she decided she's going to sack material in a different way. And she went for knight b5. Knight b5, and she is planning knight d6, yeah? So let's say, well, Salimova's got to take her bishop, right? Because if she doesn't take the bishop, she just lost a couple of pawns. So I guess this move is pretty much forced. She's going to take her bishop. And I don't see her going there, because then why wouldn't you just do that right away? I mean, the b5 pawn's not important, so she's going for this. And then, let's say something like king f8.
And then queen d5.
Queen d5.
Looks good.
And it's going to be like bishop e6, and it's going to be completely crazy.
Yep.
Because I'm getting the a2 pawn,
Oh, wow. a2 is there.
Yeah. I'm getting that pawn, and I'm becoming a new queen. And then we like those bishops. Who had bishops like this today? Oh, it's Mr. Dominguez. He has
Mr.
bishops.
Dominguez.
Yeah, he's got bishops like this today.
But the other direction, to C6 and D6.
Yeah. All right, we got one of our fans, Guillermo, saying that the whole time management commentary on the Ivanchuk Magnus game was on point. Yeah, that was really good, Irene, how you checked how long he spent on Queen A4. I mean, honestly, that gave us a lot of insight into
Yeah.
Ivanchuk's psychology in that game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like, I don't know, he might be giving up because, I mean, he could spend more time and then look for more creative ideas. But it seems to me like he's throwing this game.
I know, and it is really sad because he actually got a chance to have a game, right? Because, I mean, there's a few parts, right, to having a comeback. First of all is that
Right.
you got to create a game, right? Because these days, with so much theory, with people being so well prepared, it's not a given that you're ever going to get a real chance to play, to get even like a bit of an edge or to pose some problems to the opponent. And he actually got that position. So part one was fulfilled. And then all you got to do is like spend the time to continue creating those problems. And he just didn't do that, you know? And I think that is sad, for sure. Okay. So
she's taking it.
yeah,
to-
I don't know how this game is going to end. I'm going to be honest because, in a way, I feel like Salimova now she's got like only moves to make, which is
Yep.
not so difficult,
Yep.
right? Like okay, she's in check, so she plays King F8. I mean, she's still got the pawn there. She's got an extra piece, and she's got the bishop. It's like her moves are not super hard from this point, I think. So I think Polina is just planning to play A takes B3. I think she needs to get rid of this pawn.
But then bishop E6.
Yes, but she has a lot of pawns, right? That's her point. She has 3 pawns for the piece, right?
Doesn't look like it's enough at this point. But
you think the bishops are strong. But
Yeah.
you know, maybe I'm going to go F4. F4, we love using those pawn majorities, and like E5. And
I'll let you to do that. I'll play knight C6. If you play E5, I'll take it, and then there's bishop G5.
okay, thank you. Well,
But don't play E5.
yeah,
just don't play E5.
hold on.
I think you could just play knight F3, actually.
Yeah, let's show your trick, how you're planning your evil trick to like win my queen. Yeah. Let's not do that. Let's
Yeah,
go knight
knight
F3.
F3,
We need development.
Yeah, this is very playable position for both sides.
Yep, actually. Well, Polina might still get her comeback.
So if queen A5 in this position, so you just keep pushing the pawn ladder. Exchange the queen and push the pawns. Queen
Oh,
A5, queen
Queen
A5.
A5. So Queen A5, yeah. And okay, she did play King F8. Yeah, the question is, okay, you're threatening me with checkmate, so I don't have a lot of ways to avoid this. I could trade with you. Probably I should. Just to bring your knight to like the side of the board, right? It's a little bit useless there. And
She took the
yeah,
pawn.
she took on B3. Yeah, it's a sharp game. It's a sharp game. So we have the current position is after A takes B3s. Polina has sacrificed a piece for 3 pawns. Black has little development, although they're finally kind of free to get developed. Maybe, maybe this is not like this natural development is not the best. Maybe she needs to think of something else. I have some other ideas. Okay. I have an idea. Are you ready for this one?
Show me.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling it could be just really bad. Maybe I need to get more pieces out. But I'm like thinking at some point, like maybe we should try to get some counterplay with the pawn. And I even looking at A5 right away, but maybe knight C6. Maybe knight C6, queen C7. Maybe we should start with this. If you go queen D5, double attack, then I thought I had queen C7. At least I can try that. And then I have some knight B4 tricks.
Knight B5 here.
Yes. What do you want with that? You
Just
wanna
taking your queen.
Just take my queen. Yeah, I'm just gauging your intentions here, Irene. Let me think a little bit. Knight B5. I even
No, I
have.
think you're fine. And just knight D5
Yeah.
and knight B5 and queen B6. It should be fine. Any check, you just play bishop e7.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm also wanting to calculate this. I'm like, can I do that and
That's
let you take my
interesting.
knight and
Yeah.
get your king
unfortunately.
out? I mean, there's a lot of interesting ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is, like, actually, it's going to be quite important how black develops here. It's not obvious what order, which of these pieces should come out, right? But I think maybe we should do the rule knights before bishops, right? That's a well-known rule for a reason. And this idea that I have, it's like, it's nice to keep that in mind, but it's objectively like I'm breaking the rules of chess. You can't
Exactly.
leave your pieces undeveloped and just start pushing your pawns, as nice as it would be to get the rook into the game. We could do that later, keep that idea in hand, and start with the knight development. But
Yep.
I mean, I can see anything happening in this game, but definitely Shuvalova's time advantage could be decisive. Right? She's got, I mean, Salimova has 25 minutes left after 13 moves. That's tough.
Yeah. Bishop e6. I
She
think,
went for
yeah.
bishop e6. Yeah.
She played just normal move.
Normal move, but now Polina move is going to come so easily.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, and you never know, the bishop might get hit. Like, that's why I'm actually not that sure about this move. It's really natural. I understand why she did it, like 100%. Because when you go knight c6, you got to calculate queen d5. And you're running short on time.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe her move, maybe a little bit of an inaccuracy. And now Polina's f4 is going to come fast. You just watch. It's going to come in like the next 1 minute. Maybe less. Because, you know, I'm so confident because there's nothing else to do. I think. So, let's see. Well, she just got back to the board. So let's give her like 1 more minute to work this out. Well,
Yep.
She could take longer.
She could take longer
And
because f4. Also, I was thinking if queen b4 is an idea, but queen b4, bishop e7, queen b7.
Oh,
no.
she doesn't disappoint me.
Yeah.
Polina.
F4.
Yeah. We're on the same page. There you go. Now, those pawns, you got to use everything you have when you're down a piece, guys. Got to use that pawn majority, have the ability to play e5. Okay. So she did it. Alrighty. Well, this game we're definitely going to keep an eye on. And guys, it is getting super exciting. There are certainly a few players that look like they could make comebacks today. But we're going to take a very short break, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yep. We'll be back after the break and take a look at also the open section and the women's section games too.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone. And we are on to the third hour, I guess, into the game of round 5, game 2, and quarterfinal for the women's section. And we've seen some developments in some of the games. And soon we will take a look at the development of this game. Alexis Sorana versus Dominguez Linier.
Yeah, well, during the break, I tried to put away as many raspberries, strawberries, and blueberries as I could get my energy for the remaining few hours of today's commentary. So yeah, we have Sorana versus Dominguez, and Sorana needs a win in this game. I would say, at least from what I see in the pawn structure, it looks unbalanced enough, so that's a positive sign. Sorana has himself a pass pawn here, could become a protected pass pawn. He also has his pieces on the king side. Obviously, he's thinking about some sort of attacking ideas, but black is very solid at the same time, right? He can always put his queen on f6. And actually, Dominguez just played f5, stopping all of these ideas, which this is a very solid move. The only drawback I could see of that is that it weakens this square. But it's kind of hard for white. Well, obviously, to get a knight there or even to get a rook there would take some time. Meanwhile, Dominguez just wants to go g6, knight f6, and start using these light squares in white's position.
Yep. Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, this could be, even though the eval bar says that it is equal, but white and black, they have something each, yeah? This d5 pawn, I think that is white's only hope. Like, let's say if there is no pass pawn, maybe it would be easy for black to try something, but this d5 pawn is quite strong. And actually, I like the idea of switching this e3 bishop into like the b2 or c3. So let's say you put the rook on d1 or e1, play c4, and then switch it like that.
Like even maybe going c4 here, yeah?
Maybe, yeah.
And then even maybe going like bishop d2 to c3.
And put the rook on the e file, yep.
Yeah, well, I think this game is still going to provide some entertainment for us. Let's quickly take a look at Vasily Ivanchuk versus Magnus Carlsen, because it looks like that game might be over soon, but also not even clear if it's going to be a draw.
I think Magnus will still press for a win.
Or what? Because, yeah, after king c4, it's Magnus's move, but I mean, this is an extra pawn for Magnus that white is trying to regain. And like, what is going on here after, let's say, bishop e7 in this king and pawn endgame? Obviously, it looks like it could be just very bad for white because the black king
just shoulder the other king, yeah?
is actually coming in. Hold on. This is kind of a weird thing where, I mean, I'm actually able to defend my pawn. I know these kinds of endgames, they might even, wow, they might be losing.
I think you just have to play king h2 here. And then...
Yeah, you have to go king h2 because obviously like there it's just going to be a draw. So you have to go here. And this is by no means a draw, guys, just because it's 2-on-2. I'm actually kind of... I don't even know what Ivanchuk is doing. And if he loses this game, like...
He resigned?
Oh my gosh.
He resigned.
Did he resign?
I think
he just resigned.
Or maybe we don't know. Maybe Magnus offered the draw, but I doubt it.
There's no way Magnus would offer a draw. Why would he? Why would he?
I'm speechless. It is a win for Magnus Carlsen. It's 0-1.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Wow.
So let's just explain. First of all, let's explain to the viewers why this is a win for Magnus, because once the king got to h2, king f2. Now there's basically the basic idea is that we're going to get like this pawn here. There's going to be a trade. You're going to move back and I'm going to play g3 and it's going to be zugzwang. That's the basic idea. But we actually have to do this accurately, because if we get the pawn to g4 when your king is, let's say, an f1, and then you go king f2, I won't get the zugzwang, right? So I have to do this quite carefully. And let's think about the best way to do it. And then there's also the fact that you might have like h4, right, if I'm not careful.
So G5.
So it's g5.
Just G5, yeah.
It's g5. And the point is that when you go king f1, I'm pretty sure the move is h6, king f2, h5, king f1, g4. So it's not h5, guys. You see, in these pawn endgames, it's quite subtle. Like if you go h5, I'm just going to go king f2.
And I think if g4?
And g4, Oh, sorry. This is the right.
winning.
This is the way to
This
do
is
it.
the
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. This is the way to do
And then
it.
G3.
And then G3, and you got me into zugzwang. Yeah, no, actually, it's H6 that is the mistake, right? Hold on. So I go H6. You go.
Yeah,
That's the mistake.
That's the
'cause,
mistake.
Yeah, this is the position you don't want because then when it's White's turn, they go King F2, and this is
you
not
have, yeah,
zugzwang.
this is lost for black.
Yeah, the king goes there.
So you have to play King H1 already in that position.
Yeah.
Instead of G3. Yeah.
But I just have to say, like, what we saw was just kind of incredible. I mean, how do you just go and get such a losing position so quickly from here, right? So Magnus got himself the outside B pawn, right? So yeah, it's clear that White's not playing for anything, but that's a problem. Yeah, certainly unpleasant. But is this position so lost? I mean, yeah, of course it's not fun to have, like, only black can win this. Where maybe the mistake was just giving up the pawn on F2. I mean, that didn't help things, right? But on the other hand, the pawn is about to get to B2. So it's tricky. And I guess you can't really go for bishop E3, can you? I mean, you need to calculate it. I would at least calculate it. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can. I don't know. We have to see. Because the point is I'm trying to protect my pawn with a tempo and then get my bishop in. Basically what he did, right? He wants to go king D3. But I would rather not lose the F pawn. So now we have to look at this pawn endgame. And my king is getting, you know, to D4, which is quite nice.
And after King F5, King C4, King E4.
I think
takes
I
King
make it in
D3.
time. Wait 1 second. So you go here, right?
King C4, King
King
E4.
C4, right? King E4.
Then you have to take
King B4 in
King
here.
D3. Or maybe you just go the other way, like King C5 now.
Yeah, well, you know, of course it's not that simple, but we gotta check it out, right?
Yep.
So try to escape from you. You have both of these moves.
So King F2, let's say, and then
Yeah,
G4, King
G4.
G3. Ooh.
So
King
G4 is a mistake.
G4 is a mistake. So maybe F5,
Yeah, maybe F5.
and then King D6 and so on. Not also.
Not like that, because I was thinking maybe we can reach you in time, but we don't. We don't
We
actually.
don't,
reach
yeah.
you in time. Black wins here by that tempo, so it's a very tricky pawn end game. I mean, maybe it's this move. Like maybe we had to head towards the pawns.
And then takes.
And then I kind of come with my king instead of my pawns, and
Ah.
this one I make it.
Yeah, this is
Actually, I
you make
make
it. Yeah.
it,
Oh, this is the ready position. Like you take and H5, and then King G6 is a very important
Oh,
move.
wow.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember this pattern.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at this look at the nuance that by which white holds on, guys. H5 looks like black is winning because if white pushes the pawn, they take, and then King G6 both attacks the pawn and helps this pawn go to F5. Yes.
Yep.
And
Wow.
then it's a draw because
It
we
is a
queen
draw.
at the same time. But okay, but here's the thing though. If you want to get the draw, you have to stop and think, right? And we
And
have another
something is-
game ending in a
draw.
draw. Gukesh is on
Wow.
to the next round.
I'm so excited for the quarterfinal because Magnus Carlsen will be playing Gukesh.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
Nice.
because Gukesh won the game yesterday and he drew today, so he's through to the next round. And his next opponent is waiting, and it's none other than Magnus Carlsen himself.
Wow. I think that's great. The motivated youngster
Another
and
great matchup.
the experienced world number one. You know?
And the good thing is both of them will not be playing tiebreak tomorrow, so both of them will have a very well-rested
Yeah.
day and then come back strong on the quarterfinal. Wow, exciting.
Yeah, well, definitely deserved. And I think the chess fans also deserve to see this matchup. It's going to be great. I think Magnus is always happy when he gets to play the young generation, right? I think he has this.
It's more motivation.
Yeah, he has this philosophy: beat them when they're young, right?
Beat them when they're young.
yeah.
That's true.
Well, basically, I mean, it looks like Ivanchuk could have held on in this bishop endgame, but instead he rushed with the king, giving up the pawn, and it turns out that he can't even. I think the final move that Magnus made was bishop f8, and then he just resigned, which is, by the way, it's also rather dramatic. Like, I mean, you really shouldn't resign if you're thinking about the chess fans, right? Like, I mean, you should at least play it out and show people why this is a losing endgame, I think. What do you think? I mean, I know the top players don't really care about that, but I feel like, I mean, you're resigning so far away from, from checkmate, right? That you could just give us a little glimpse, like, okay, I know it's not fun for him, and I know these moves are forced, but basically, the bottom line is he's losing because the black king gets here, and then we are getting into this position where white gets into zugzwang. He loses based on the fact that he's in zugzwang. He loses that pawn. So it's obvious for him, but I think you can also try to make it a little more obvious for the people watching. I guess that's our job.
Yeah, I think he doesn't care anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, any other interesting games?
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of interesting games, but I guess we should take a quick look at Polina Shuvalova and Nurgul Salimova because of their match situation and also because of their clock situation. So Salimova did play a5, this idea that we mentioned, so she still hasn't developed this knight from b8. Knight f3, a4, b4, and knight c6. Okay, so what is happening here? And apparently knight c6 was not the best move. I mean, the main alternative that I could see that could have been better, I guess, would have just been a3.
A3 is interesting. You just want to open up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go a4, then you might as well go a3, right? So that's what she should have done. But she played knight c6, which is also quite natural. So why is that move a mistake? So she's got to make 24 moves
In 8 minutes.
8.5 minutes. That's enormous time trouble, guys.
Yep, it is time trouble.
Yeah.
And time trouble always invite mistakes and blunders.
Our fans say Ivanchuk wanted the commentary team to do a bit of work. Yeah, that's right, guys. We're not working enough, so we got a little work from him. Thank you. So knight c6. Now let's see how Shuvalova can handle this. She's in a tricky situation too because she has this large time advantage. She needs to win, and it's kind of tempting to play quickly and try to use the opponent's lack of time. But that's kind of a typical mistake as well, right? All right, so after knight c6, what can white do?
Pushing one of the pawns, maybe e5. E5.
E5 is the one that really kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And at some point, you might want to push b5 too. But I like e5. I think.
B5. There is this a3.
Yeah, b5. That's the thing. Yeah, there is this a3 idea, and you might not even be moving this knight, right?
Yeah, it says checkmate soon.
So your point is that you will be just continuing on the a file towards that checkmate. Yeah.
So, yeah, white still has to be careful.
So I really kind of need to restrict your bishop. Your bishop is very powerful.
Exactly.
So that needs to go first. And then, by the way, if you go a3...
I think you can take it.
I'm going to take it, right? I can take your bishop. Because if I take your bishop, you just promote your pawn. Yeah, and have a big check at the end. So I'm going to take. And then... Well... The funny thing is, this is such a sharp position. There even is like rook a3 and queen a8 ideas. Like, I could even consider sacking that bishop, right? I can consider that. And actually, queen a8 is one of the interesting moves here. I mean, I rather like using the a file.
Ooh. I think there is some...
The engine bar likes to jump up and down on that.
That's true.
It's like, I mean, it's not a terrible move, but there was apparently something better.
Also, it's not obvious, like how it could be really good for white.
Oh, I know how. It's just queen f6.
Oh, yeah.
That's obvious. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not too hard.
Yep.
It's like the same idea that I had 100 times stronger, you know?
That's true. Yep. And
She played E5.
She-
Okay, well,
yeah,
that's
she's played
good
it.
because, I mean, this is very important to shut out the bishop on F6.
So the bishop has to go back to E7, or is there any,
Or we said
or
A3.
yeah.
A3 is actually possible. I mean, it's hard for her to go for this, but
I think she will go for it because she has less time on the clock, so she just wants to be practical.
yeah. I mean, I wonder what the move could be, because could it be B3, A2, King B2? It might be that. It might be B3. Maybe we shouldn't be taking your bishop. Maybe we just need to be giving the king the B2 square.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite typical, right? So when you go A2, I go king B2, and I suddenly stop your pawn, and my king is pretty safe, and your bishop is finally going to have to like go away. So A3 is definitely possible, and she just did it. So now
did it.
Polina has to find B3,
B3.
and I think she will. I mean, she has a lot of time to figure this out.
And also, it looks quite natural because taking is kind of like
Yeah.
giving the file for the work. Not taking, it means allowing A2, which is not ideal. And yeah, be free, just by process of elimination.
Yeah, keeping the line closed and giving the king the B2 square.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we think? I mean, we think that Shuvalova might be having a comeback in this game. And could be taking it to tie breaks tomorrow. I mean, it's looking like there's a good chance of that. That would be quite cool.
Yep.
Showing some character, showing some good
I think-
preparation.
I think the tiebreak between these two players will be very exciting to watch because Polina
Yeah.
always come up with very interesting preparation and very well preparation as well. And Salimova, despite maybe having less experience, but she's been showing lots of like persistence. That's why in the last game between them two, she won that game where we thought it could have been just a draw.
Yeah.
Yep.
And let's see. Okay, well, let's go to some other game and just see what is going on. A lot of the women's games, they do seem to be quite even. So, for example, we got Elizabeth Patz versus Anna Muzichuk. And they're in a bishop endgame. It's really hard to see anyone being better here. I mean, the only thing we have is like different pawn majorities. I suppose white should start bringing out their king. Although it could get a little sharp if she does that. Like if she does a move like king f1, after e5, that's unbalanced, right? Like now this pawn is stuck on a dark square. There could even be something else. It could be like bishop a6 and e5. Maybe that's that's also a possibility like that.
And bishop b7.
Oh,
But there is
bishop
d6.
bishop
but there is
b7.
d6.
But then, then you
D6
go
is
d6 and you actually win with that trick. Wow. Well, I mean, white wants to bring in the king, but it's a little tricky. So there's other ways to do it. I mean, she could just play f4. Actually, f4 looks like the normal move. I don't see anything wrong with that. Keep your pawns in the dark square, stop e5, and then you can always like kind of emerge to f2. That would probably be my choice. And I do think this game is likely to end in a draw.
Yeah, I would think so too.
All right, and I think just to update you guys, Harika Geryachkina, that one is also going to be, I think, a draw. And in that case, let's just take a quick look at Bella Hotenashvili versus Tan. Bella is in a must-win situation. She's got the bishop pair. She's a little bit better, but it doesn't really feel like it's enough to win, actually. There's bishop c5 here, and there's knight c5, and they both look quite possible. I mean, let's say we go knight c5. I mean, I guess with knight c5, maybe the bishop can move back, and then we can try to go for that. Or maybe we can even just go for that right away. Because if you take my bishop,
You take the bishop too.
I take the bishop and I get this double attack, I win a pawn. So that's a good outcome for white. So Tan has to be a little bit careful here. So perhaps a bishop c5 is a nice careful move. Obviously, she would love to trade one of those bishops off the board. Yeah, I mean, I guess to me it looks more likely this game is going to end in a draw than in Bella winning. But there's still, something could still happen. We can come back
There's
to this
still
later.
some trick there.
Yeah.
With the
And
pair
by
of
the way,
bishops.
Shuvalova, she did play b3, so she played the best move. We'll come back to that game if it seems interesting. So I think a really good game to go to is the game between Prague and Burkesh, yes. Because we know that game was going to stay complicated. It was a locked structure. We last saw it after Black played b5, and we weren't exactly sure how White was going to develop their play. They went with h4, Queen b6. He went for this Knight c6 idea. Threw in that. Okay, I guess I don't understand all that much, right? Like, why would you go Queen b6 if your idea was to go Bishop c6? I'm like, what are you planning to do with this knight? I mean, I guess you're planning to go there and use the bishop to guard the pawn.
I'm still figuring things out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand
Yeah.
a lot of things here. Like, rook e1, like, why was this not played? This is a good question, isn't it?
Oh, maybe because there's. I was thinking of knight g5. Like knight g5 h6. Okay.
Yeah.
d4 is hanging. D4 is hanging. I know
Yeah.
that. But maybe something like, I don't know, h6 takes on d5 and then e6.
Yeah, yeah. No, I
Some
thought
attack.
about. I thought about that too. I thought about it here. I was like, takes, but you can't really
Yeah, you
push that pawn, right?
You cannot do it now.
But yeah, unfortunately, you can't really move the knight because of that. So there's something here for White. Let's try to understand what it could be. Because this is like such an obvious move that Black could have done, right? And if there's something wrong with it, we should figure out what. There are some ideas of taking and maybe freeing, like, it's hard to believe, but yeah, I mean, I don't really believe in this, I have to tell you, like this move, but maybe there's something here. Maybe like knight a4 to c5. Or maybe b5 and knight a4. What do you think? Maybe b5 and b5, and we kick the knight somewhere, like here, and then we go knight a4. I mean, it's very concrete, right? I mean, because it's the only way White's trying to refute this knight c6 move. There's nothing generally wrong with it. But here, I mean, there are, like, let's say, I mean, the pawn might be going to b6. And let's say you play queen b7. There could be some juicy stuff here, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it, Like playing knight c5 and sacking a pawn, trying to get bishop a3.
Yeah, I can totally see it.
I mean, that's at least quite interesting, isn't it? We gotta
also
try
like-
it. Let's try it.
No, I also like the idea. Why don't you just play bishop d2? I just like to occupy c5 square, and then takes, keeps taking. B5 is hanging. Sorry.
Well, let's go in. Let's see if this spectacular pawn sack is it.
Okay, sure.
It seems
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that's
this is-
really interesting. And
I always like to go for this opposite card bishop.
yeah. Look at that, guys. I mean, yeah, you got to get rid of the pawn.
And-
And now we have to figure out which move is it. Is it bishop a3, or is it knight d4? But knight d4, you still can't really castle. It is a knight d4, isn't it? It's this beautiful move. It is that. Wow. You know what this reminds me of? The idea that Prague had against Naka, the pawn sack idea to make the bishop bad. This is so beautiful, guys. Like, you got the blockade. You can't castle because of bishop a3. And bishop a3 is coming anyway. Basically, you're saying my bishop is better than your bishop. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
So I think we answered an important question, because knight c6 was like just the most natural move that black had. And
I
now,
would play it automatically
yeah,
too.
you would do it, right? Because, but you know, it's just like, and then white has to give up the nice bishop, right? It's not obvious. Like none of that is obvious as an idea, but you know, very specific play, I guess, allows white to keep the initiative. Yes, the game has moved on. That's right. So h6 happened. Rook e2, bishop c6. And of course, I don't love, you know, having the bishop there rather than the knight, but okay. And he actually is coming to the a file. Plan that you mentioned earlier. Wow. Don't we love those exchange sacks? Okay, I guess it's too dangerous to take it. Yeah.
No, that's a very good sack. Yep.
Should I just try anyway? He didn't take it, right?
didn't
But I
take
think
it.
I'm gonna try because you know we gotta test these things out.
Okay, it's bishop or rook? Bishop,
well,
of
bishop
course.
takes. I go here. Why is it so bad for me?
Oh, knight.
Yeah, maybe knight, actually.
Knight.
Maybe knight.
And then where does knight go? Because knight d6 is a threat.
Yeah.
Knight
and
c6.
now
Any bishop d2. Rook.
we need some sort of discovery.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I think it could be? Well, I'm thinking about even knight d6 here.
That's possible. Yeah, I was thinking it. But do we
Bishop
need it now?
d2.
Bishop d2, and where does the queen go? If queen d8 looks ugly, but
Yeah. Bishop d2 is interesting, but I feel like we need to take a nice look at that move.
mhm.
Because after you take and I take, there was a game in this tournament, I believe it was it someone against Vallejo pawns? And can't remember exactly. No, it wasn't Esipenko, no. But anyway, like where there was a pawn like that, and that pawn was powerful. I just remember looking at that game. So I'm threatening your bishop, and let's say you defend it somehow, right? Like that?
Okay, queen a7.
Seems okay. Maybe I just go queen b3 and I just keep piling up the pressure. Maybe not.
Something's wrong.
Maybe something is not that good with that move. How else can we pile up the pressure here?
Knight e5.
You just want the positional stuff, knight takes, and then what, like pawn takes? Is that really it with the d pawn? Could be. d7, you just take me, yeah? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's this move. And I mean, it's funny because it's like we both have protected passed pawns, but I guess the d pawn on the 6th rank is much better.
Also, you cannot castle, I guess.
You know, this is actually very deep, right? Like, I mean, the whole concept of the exchange sack like that, and the point is that you can't castle because probably some sort of bishop h6 is going to
Bishop
be...
e3 first. I like
Bishop
to insert this
e3.
move. You cannot
Yeah.
play d4, you can take it. So queen a8, it's a worse spot.
You can insert it, but like, let's just take it right away.
Sure.
You know, I feel like we can probably get away with a direct
I
attack.
think if a check and then queen h5.
Yeah. I didn't really see a defense to that
Yeah.
one. And oh wait, after king g7,
Rook lift.
and
Uh-oh.
it's bad because I missed a check and another. Oh wait, no, I didn't miss that check. Here, my
I think
queen's
it's
holding
just
that.
hang on. I think maybe queen
Maybe
queen
d4.
a1. Oh, d4.
Maybe you can block me and open up your bishop.
Oh, I know. Queen g7, king g7 lost to queen g4 and then queen f6.
You mean queen?
Queen f4. Queen
yeah.
f4. Yeah. Now it's good. Queen f6 is there.
And now we just come in. Okay, that's how we win. Nice. Wait, so Prague's exchange sack is very beautiful. All right, guys, I hope it's okay that we took a little time trying to figure out why the knight did not take the rook. Sort of the key point in understanding this game. So bishop c6. Obviously, by the way, Prague caught up with him on the clock. He's probably spent a lot of time on these moves, you know? But
I can
yeah,
always
actually,
totally check it
tell
for
us
you.
how long did it take for him to go rook a5?
Absolutely. Okay, so no, he took only 2 minutes.
2 minutes on that exchange sack. Where did he spend the most of his time? Like which move?
Now, like rook a1. Actually, now is the time because he has 21 minutes. No, actually, it's equally the same because after that he spent like about 4 minutes, 5 minutes each for the moves.
Okay, so basically he left the rook standing there for a while, and then he played rook a1, knight f5, and rook a6. Okay. So the eval bar likes white in this position. I mean, he's made a lot of progress on the A file. But, we have to find some specific lines for white, right? So it's important. Actually, it's important to figure out why you can't take my pawn. What if I take? That's a big question.
A take on d4.
Yeah, you take on d4. I take.
I think something to do with check. Taking on c6 and check down there.
Yeah.
Could it
I
be?
mean, it
And then
definitely
take on
is
b5,
interesting, but
yeah.
you're giving me a lot of pieces. Like,
Rook a8 and
Who
then knight
knows?
b5.
who knows?
And then you cannot take. Oh, maybe you can.
I got more stuff I can take, right?
Uh-huh.
So there are some crazy lines in this position.
Queen a2.
Yeah, if you take,
Yeah.
I take, and your bishop hangs in the end.
So just queen a2.
But maybe your
queen
king-
e1. Queen
yeah,
e1 is
queen
there. Sorry,
E1.
I didn't see.
Yeah.
And bishop d6. What is
Um,
going on?
okay,
Like if bishop
let's-
takes c4, queen
Let's
takes e2
go
takes.
for a second back to knight takes d4. So knight takes d4. So my point is that, like, I thought you can't really take the queen. I'm still pretty sure you can't because I take your queen,
With a
and
check.
then it's a check, and then I capture the rook back, and I just won an exchange. So that's why I'm interested in this move. So it's an intermediate move. Now you could do something else. You could play queen d1, but then it's quite similar. Then it's quite similar to knight takes d4. The only difference, the queen will be on f3 instead of e2. So for example, like when I take here, the queen is on e2, and when I go queen d1, and you take me, and if I take with the queen, then the only difference is that my queen is on f3, but that maybe makes a big difference. Maybe there's more sacrifices here. And I think it does, actually. It makes a huge difference.
Could it be
Yeah. And now it's rook
rook
a6.
a7? Oh,
I think it's rook a6 and rook a8, and bam.
But a7 is covered.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Then it's going to be queen f6 and queen d8, something like that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got to,
Yeah, queen f6
Yeah,
there,
the attack on f7 is the key, basically.
That's nice.
Yeah, because king e7, it's going to be a checkmate in 2. Wow, so knight takes d4, look at that, only fails to like queen d1 stepping back. That's pretty cool. It's not
That's-
the most obvious thing.
No, it's not obvious.
I mean, look at, so basically here, it's white's turn to move, right? And because the queen is more active, white wins. But here, it's like white's turn to move too. So the tempo-wise is the same, but the queen on e2 is not as powerful. So details matter.
Details matter, yeah.
Okay. So what else can Berkesh do other than taking the pawn? I mean, at some point he's going to calculate, figure out there's a problem, but that means his queen has to step back. So let's go back. Let's go back to d8 and hit that pawn. At some point, there's just going to be some sack on c6, right? It has to happen, but Is this the right moment? I mean, right now there's 2 pawns hanging. Which one should we guard, or should we not guard anything?
I think he's reaching it. He's reaching the queen.
For the queen, yeah. I think he is going to move the queen instead of this dubious knight takes d4 move.
Yep, queen d8.
Queen d8, okay. There you go. So now white really needs to figure out his approach. I feel like there should be a sack on c6 somewhere. And maybe you need to start with like g4. I mean, it's not crazy to look at these lines.
Or maybe even h5?
Mm.
Because if you take an e6.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just like that, h5. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when bishop takes b4?
Good call. Okay, I take on g6 first. I think am I worried about my knight? I should, maybe.
Yeah, you might be. I don't know.
But then after this, takes on f7 check.
Yeah,
king f7.
it becomes a big mess.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of, I don't know, is Prague going to want to go for these lines? It's a little scary.
It
It's
is.
all just calculation. Is there any other, but I mean, right now the knight's hanging. Is there any other move that we can do?
Okay, if to be safe, there is knight,
Knight
a2,
A2.
but do you want to go there?
I mean, I don't really want to go there, I have to say.
Mm.
It feels wrong, right? To kind of waste a tempo with the knight. But in the worst case, you can do it. We can't ever just go for these moves. We can't ever just go for that. I mean, it's funny because we even have compensation here, despite the fact that it's like not the strongest continuation for white. Okay. Let's go back. What else can we come up with here? The knight is hanging. It's not easy to see how he can be guarded. I mean, we could go to d1. But you can say that it's a little more centralized than a2. Maybe you can just say that, hey, b4 pawn doesn't really matter. You know? There is that approach. But it seems like there's something more powerful in this
Yeah,
position
there's
for
something
white.
more powerful. I'm just thinking. But what could it be?
You know, I was looking at some point, like maybe even taking the knight with ideas of bishop a3. I mean, just like crazy stuff trying to get the diagonal, but obviously you can't do that yet. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's not so clear, like if there is a capture here and if I capture back, I mean, white still has to figure out what they're doing, but maybe now there's knight b5. Maybe that's the point, right? So the trade, if I could get you to take, actually works very well for me. Because now there's a big capture coming up. If you take my knight, and then I might be getting all your pawns.
Okay.
You know, well, let's see how I'm doing that. Oh, it looks quite dangerous, yeah. And I also have the rook sometimes that can come in.
In a glance, there was like
There's rook takes g6 ideas.
rook f6 check first.
Yeah, rook f6 first, and then we just take here, and knight can come to h4. Yeah.
Rook a7 also is there.
Yeah. I think just this, and this is gonna like finish them off. Okay. So basically what we're seeing is that we really want to throw in this capture, but the only thing that is kind of stopping us is the fact that they're not going to recapture. They're going to take our knight. And then we lost a knight. Our rook is under attack. And then you have to be a really good calculator like Prague to figure this out, right? Because I would just, I feel like here you're like you might be losing control of the position a bit.
Yeah,
right?
you could easily lose control this
Yeah.
position.
All right.
What about we take on f5 now? But it doesn't look right.
I mean,
I was
we
thinking like takes
and
on
and
e6.
then I just take the other
immediately.
way, right? Like
Yeah.
I can just even take you.
Mm?
And if you go e6, I'm taking this way, but maybe you have a better move.
Maybe just G7.
Maybe just take on.
G7 is interesting. G7 and then
and
E6. Yeah.
Really? But then I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of moves there. Maybe there's something else.
But yeah.
I feel
Also, we have to note that the A1 work is also hanging.
like, yeah, there's a lot of things hanging. And I mean,
Wow.
what if I just take? And how many pieces am I down? Down a lot. Maybe I can just take
Take an E6.
e6. Yeah.
Let's just do it. Let's do
Let's
it.
just do it.
Let's see how it is.
I feel like, hold on. Let's try the thinking approach. Let's see. There's also another idea, Irene, like sometimes where we sack on c6. And if like we can get that queen pulled away, then we have like rook a8. And I'm also thinking about knight h4 ideas. But of course that rook is hanging, so how much time do we really have for this? So yeah, I'm thinking take, I guess. You take. And yeah, and I have no idea.
E6.
E6. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you have to be careful where the king goes. If there, I think I can throw in rook a7
And then what, like bishop f4?
and knight e5.
Yeah, we're like this.
That too. Yeah, I
You
like
know?
it. Mm.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very dangerous.
Okay. Well, we
So-
just made the most random series of moves. Let's see. Okay, but Prague is thinking, yeah, because it's hard. He's getting under 10 minutes, guys. And I mean, I'm not surprised because honestly, calculating h5, bishop takes b4 is not is not an easy thing to do.
And we have a game finish on the board of Sarana versus Dominguez. Looks like a draw to me. Let's quickly pull it out on the screen. And this is the final position of the game. It looks like, yeah, there's nothing. There's
Yeah.
no entryway for white here.
Yeah, Dominguez kind of reached what we were talking about. He set up that pawn chain, got his knight into the light square, and this pawn isn't going anywhere. And I guess that was enough
For him to...
Sarana decide that his World Cup was going to end. Well, he tried. I think he tried today. You can't say this was not a game. But Dominguez is in quite good form here.
Yep, and Dominguez is waiting for the winner between Fabiano versus Duda.
Oh, I have a feeling we're going to see an all-American matchup.
Again, yeah?
I feel that way. I feel like Fabiano attracts the Americans. He's already gotten through Ray Robson.
Mm-hmm.
Now he just needs another American, and it's only Linear Dominguez is left.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a look at Polina Shuvalova versus Nurgul Salimova.
And it's looking like Nurgul is going
Oh,
to go
man.
through. Look at this.
Oh, she had such a promising position. She played B3.
Let's take a look. Yes.
She played B3 like she was supposed to. Bishop E7. Now, maybe something happened on this next move. Yeah, King B1 I was thinking looks very natural. But maybe she needed to do something more incisive because, I mean, this wasn't really a threat, right? Maybe there were other moves that she could look at. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking like Queen C3. Actually, Queen C3 looks rather interesting to me. Ideas of F5, you're just kind of opening up the rook. That's one move that comes to my mind. Another move that comes to mind is B5. I mean, maybe it's a good idea to remove that knight. I mean, why not? I love kicking away knights from the center. So that's kind of, this seemed to have been a critical moment for her. And she went for King B1, which is not a very it's not a very incisive move, right? Like, I don't know, it gives black a whole tempo to just do
Right.
something. So her opponent took, and she went for the queen trade. Ooh, that's sad in a way. And she's also losing this pawn, right?
Yep.
What was that? That was weird.
Yeah, there
Maybe
was,
she
there was a
maybe
weird
she
decision.
forgot about queen f6. I'm just wondering. Maybe she forgot like about something here, because kind of just letting them take and then like losing the b4 pawn is so wrong. It's not even
Yeah,
it's not even like a mistake that you can understand.
No, it's something that you shouldn't actually consider. Oh, but yeah, this is such a weird decision by Paulina to come into this position.
Wow. So, okay, I mean, her opponent obviously just wants to get the rooks out. Paulina goes c3, a2 on the board. I think Paulina played king
A1.
a1 to get out a check.
So
Okay.
knight c3, yeah, knight knight d5, attacking c3 and f4.
Yes, knight d5 looks good. I mean, it doesn't really matter that white can try to win that pawn because there's more important pawns, and ultimately, I mean, you're down a piece, right?
You can actually insert king f7, so knight e6, f e6, rook e6, king f7 first, and let's see where the rook goes, and then get the other rook to join after knight d5.
You're saying to insert
Yeah.
what?
Takes.
Oh,
takes.
king f7.
Instead of taking anything, just king f7.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. King f7 looks good.
Just
I mean,
want to get the rook
yeah,
out.
I think if I had to take a pawn, I'm definitely taking this one. I'm not losing the game after that. There's just no way. Wow, that was, she's like, slow down. You can't take your foot off the pedal when you have sacrificed a piece like that. King b1, and if you just think about it, like there was not even a threat of the pawn. Like she played b3 in order to have king b2. So like she needed to use this tempo for something productive.
I think the temptation of pressuring her opponent's clock was so
Yeah.
big, so that she didn't consider other moves. You know, like okay, king b1 looks like the perfect move to play,
Yeah.
but then by doing that, she's actually wasting time, her
Yeah, no,
precious time.
It's a huge blunder. I think she must have just forgotten about the existence of bishop d6. I think she just forgot that this move was actually playable.
Yep. So not only a spot to the semifinal, but also the winner of this match will have a spot in the candidates.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Oh man, the stakes are so high.
And there's also another fact. Never before in history there is an international master in the candidates.
Wow.
There has always been grandmasters.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the first. Because either of them will be proceeding to the next round and then securing a spot for the candidates.
By the way, maybe she thought she could have queen c3 here. Do you think there's any chance like maybe she was counting on this move and then, I don't know, like hoping that she was just going to be able to do that and then realizing that for some reason it doesn't work? Because it kind of looks like a plausible line. Did she think much after bishop takes d6?
Bishop d6, yeah?
Yeah, after bishop takes d6 and move 19. Yeah, did she play this instantly?
No, she took like 5 minutes actually for that move.
She took 5 minutes, right? Because maybe she was planning queen c3, and I'm still trying to figure out like what is wrong with queen c3.
And we have another game finish. Board number 7, Arjun drew the second game against Niels Grandelius.
Yeah.
So it means he's also through. Gulkash already through. Arjun already through now. And we're still waiting to more. Pragnanda is looking like he's going to make it.
Well, I have to say, Arjun getting through is not too big of a surprise. We didn't even get a chance to look at his game today because it was like went into an end game pretty quickly. I think the game to really keep an eye on that is looking interesting. By the way, some weird stuff is happening in Elizabeth's game where it's getting a bit sharp, but I still think that the most interesting game is, well, first of all, should we take a look actually at Jan Christoph Duda and Caruana? Because we haven't even talked about it, but now I see that this game actually is very interesting. And Fabiano has an advantage. He has an advantage. Poor king on g3. Remember we said a few hours ago, guys, that move g4, it's committal, and if something goes wrong for anyone in this position, it's going to go more wrong for white. And that seems to be what has happened.
Yeah, that seems to be the case in this position. And on the camera, we see Duda is not looking happy. with his position.
Yeah, well, let's see. He has a weak king. He's stuck in a pin. His opponent has total control of the light squares with a safe king. Yeah, I think I'd be pretty unhappy here too, and I'm being threatened with the loss of the bishop. Wow, this seems awful. It's for 25 moves. Wait, how did it go in 10 moves to this? It's like 10 moves ago, guys, White
was
had a
like this,
position.
yeah.
He had two bishops against, the two knights.
Okay, what went wrong?
Yeah. How could it go downhill so fast? I mean, there must have been some F5 moves somewhere. Okay, King G2, a mistake. There you go, F5, and he starts going after the king.
Ooh,
Okay,
nice
tempo.
move, nice move.
Yeah, the knights are looking powerful. And he just got outplayed like so quickly.
Yeah,
it's
so
amazing how
quickly.
dangerous it became. Well, when you have an open king,
Right.
there's more responsibilities.
Could it be knight c4 that he missed? That's such a move. I mean, we see so many games of Caruanas doing this, like
Yeah.
intermezzo move, like knight c4.
But the thing though is, like, knight c4 is actually, like, the dude just played like knight b6, right? Like just a little while ago. So when the knight goes there, it's more than just to protect these pawns, right? Like, he must be aware that the knight can go there. I don't even think that he missed that. I'm not sure if he underestimated f5 or because when you're going f3, knight c4, like attacking the bishop is actually pretty obvious, right?
we can actually tell whether he missed it or not. Let's take a look. How many minutes he spent for this bishop e3? So bishop e3 he spent almost like more than 10 minutes, so 11 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the thing here is that maybe he should have taken the other way.
And he missed it, I guess, because he also spent like 12 to 13 minutes taking on e4.
Yeah, maybe you should take this way, though. Maybe you should take this knight. Actually, I think maybe this is at least like more playable for him, like keeping this pawn here. I'm a little confused. Wait, so he took with the f pawn, or basically he did something that led to the trade of these pawns completely. So he lost the light squared bishop, and now the king is just like much more exposed. So I think he also just misplayed this part. And king g3. I mean, okay, everything is looking bad. Like, I understand he's scared about this, but like now he should be scared about a lot of things. Yeah, I think dude is going down.
Think so too.
Yeah, he's going down.
So
And we are going to get that wonderful American matchup, Caruana Dominguez.
Caruana Dominguez.
I think they're quite friendly with each other. Both of them live in St. Louis. So let's go back to the game of the day, Prague versus Burkesh, because is Prague going to get himself a spot in the next round after today? So after queen d8, this was a big question. How does he deal with the attack on these two pawns? He did not go for h5, which I think was a good move, but very complicated. He actually went for g4. I think didn't I mention that idea? I think I did. I was like, there's some sense in provoking them to take, because there could be some sort of, I don't know, I was thinking there could be some sort of rook c6 and rook e8 and queen f3 idea. What was Prague doing? Okay, he took on c4. Okay, now we have to figure out how this is going to go.
So basically, if black takes the bishop with the d pawn here, you can just exchange sack on c6, right? Because queen h1 is going to be the threat.
Yeah,
so
if he goes here, there's definitely an exchange sack, and the queen's going to come in from this side,
I
right?
think check first, maybe. Maybe it's better to give a check
Yeah,
first.
check first, and then queen f3, and then you're definitely going to invade. So he has to take with a b pawn. But now it looks fun, doesn't it? It looks fun. We're going to examine that.
We can play b5. We can play... What else can we
We're
play
going to
here?
examine that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we need to examine? Maybe we should just queen the b pawn. How about we just queen the b pawn? How about we just go b5?
Also, you can actually take on c6.
You want to take on c6
Let's
and go?
take it. Let's
you want
take
to
it.
take and be...
And rook a8 check.
Yeah.
And still use the same idea. Because how are you going to protect f7?
You just want to...
If you play...
I see your ideas, yeah.
Yeah, also there is b5 now coming up.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard how to play this position.
Okay.
Oh.
Like, how about I go queen e7 and I let you sack on d5?
No, I'll play b5. Oh, there's a check too. Oh, no, I'll play b5, bishop a3, anything. Pretty much everything here.
Just anything, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if anything,
Knight d5
look,
also
anything, I
works,
think we
maybe.
need to go for the stylish knight d5.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we cannot just miss the chance to make breakthroughs like that, right?
Even after the inclusion of b5, you could still make this.
Okay, so basically Prague is playing extremely well. I like his move g4 because I actually think it's easier to calculate and navigate than what we were looking
Yep,
at.
I agree.
You know, g4 is very forcing. I'm not saying it's an easy move to play, but like if he's kind of landed on it, I feel like he has more control over this, and he's also sacrificing less. He only sacrificed one pawn, then he makes a capture. He knows his opponent is forced to recapture with the b pawn. And then, well, okay, you have to make more sacrifices, but I feel like they're very thematic for these positions. Yeah.
Yep.
Tommy
Yeah.
says, thank you for your insights on today's round. Yeah, well, you're welcome, guys. We hope that you're enjoying our work here and the way we're trying to make these games exciting for you.
It's already exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, the players are doing most of the job, but we're trying to assist them in explaining their ideas. And I think Prague is just playing a really good game. I really like this one. Like a lot of energy, a lot of creativity, actually, I feel in this game.
I agree.
Because like this, the way he maneuvered his pieces with like h4 and then the rook e2, h2, there was an exchange sack. Like, I mean, there was just so much that he put into this game, so much content.
And he's playing it energetically, as if this was his first round. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a lot of energy.
A lot of energy. Like usually, you'll show up to the game playing all the moves like this, as if it was like your first or second round. But he has played a lot of matches here, and he's been playing very consistently well.
Maybe he got extra inspired by Magnus congratulating him after his win over Naka.
That's
That
could be
I mean, I
true.
think also when you take down Naka, I
Yeah.
mean that's a big
Boost, yeah.
animal to catch, And then I mean, of course, Burkish has been playing like a very good tournament here, but it must have felt like okay, a little bit easier now. You can see that he's had the initiative in this game.
Yep.
Of course, it's still, he has the initiative because he's playing so well, I wouldn't say that Burkish's like opening was particularly bad. Actually, we talked about it. I was saying that I rather like it,
Yep.
but it's actually Prague's creative play that made me, change my mind.
Yep.
So, yeah, guys, there is a beautiful exchange sack coming up. Let's just go over it again. We're going to come in with the rook. And let's say you go king e7. It's so bad, though. Even the bishop can come out, right? If you go this way, I think we just go
Just
like
b5, bishop
and,
a3. Yeah.
and then the bishop arrives.
Looks very ugly.
Yeah. So which
And
way?
he took it with the b pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. So how long is it going to take Prague to exchange sack? Not long. You just
Not
watch.
long.
less than a minute.
But he will check it. He already has this move in mind for sure. But he's just going to double check everything.
Yeah. There's actually going to be 2 exchange sacrifices in this game. Like first he offered the rook there that was never taken. And now he is going to force him to take his rook. And I don't have a lot of doubt that he's going to go for this. Because he's a good calculator.
Oh yeah.
I think he's been setting up this exact idea.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
So I'm just quite confident that we're going to see that.
Wow. Then who is he playing next? If he wins this,
Prague.
he will be playing against the winner of Arjun and Grandilis Nil. So it means he'll be playing his own compatriot.
Yeah, his own
If he wins this
compatriot and
one.
teammate. Yeah. Arjun, Prague versus Arjun.
Oh,
Wow.
that's actually bad news for Indian chess fans because they'd like to see like all of these
Yeah.
Indian.
I think
kids.
Prague should have a lot of fans, not just because he's so young. It's actually because of the way he's playing. Like his games are good and they're fun to watch. And he's just a very creative player.
All the boys have their own fans. Arjun Ergaisi also very, very strong, and I'm sure many chess fans are inspired by him.
Yeah.
So, but for sure it's going to be very exciting for us as the commentator because both of these players, they show a lot of creativity. They show also a lot of good preparation. And good calculation. That's
yeah,
very
so
important.
it means that there's guaranteed to have an Indian player in the semis.
So, and FIDE already finished his game. I bet it's a draw
It
because
should be a draw.
their game was so peaceful.
Yeah.
And they reached the end game where, nothing really happens.
Queen and knight end game.
Yep, so we have our first tiebreak match there between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus FIDE, because the rest of the games that already finished, it was decisive.
Well, should we just take a look? Polina Shuvalova, she's still in the game against Nurgul Salimova. Salimova has less than 2 minutes. I mean, I can still see something crazy happening for some reason. Okay, so Salimova did not, take the pawn on f4. There might have been a good reason for that, to be honest, because there was rook f1 and then actually problems on the f file. So she moved her knight. I don't know if e3 was the best square. Maybe b4 was also possible, but she moved to e3. Knight f5, and then forcing white to finally take the bishop. Interesting. So white did not take the pawn. She just played rook d7. It's just like Shuvalova just didn't even bother taking this pawn. Well, maybe because it just gives black time to kind of get their rook into the game.
Right. Oh, I should actually clarify myself about the candidates before, because the candidate spots are for the finalist. So, so the winner of the World Cup and then the runner-up and also the winner of
The third place match. Right.
Yeah, the third place.
Three people get spots. Yeah.
Because there are some cases where one of the finalists already got the ticket to go to the candidates, and it means it's not automatically going to the fourth one.
Oh, it's not?
It's just going to by rating later.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Salimova just played rook g8. She wants to go rook g7, trade off that rook, and that's important move because, of course, white wanted to play rook here and rook in, right? I don't know, maybe she had something stronger. Black can't castle anymore in this game, right?
Yeah.
She definitely can't. Okay. Something must have happened that she can't castle.
That's a good reminder there.
Yeah. I mean, because it looks like, maybe she still can. What else black could have done that could have been stronger than that? Not so clear. I mean, rook g8, maybe rook f8 with the same idea. I mean, maybe also this move could have been possible, but overall, I think the move rook g8 is okay. I mean, unless there's like some sort of h5 move, and h4 is also possible. Something really clean here. Maybe I would with a knight.
No, I would give this a2 because this is just, you don't have to deal with it. Just play rook d8 takes and then rook d7.
Really? You would just activate the
and
rook
if you play
fight
rook
for the
b8,
file.
maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah,
okay.
well,
but
it's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible
just
to
like,
do that. But then it's also possible to try to use the knight to threaten knight c2, something like that.
Can you
right?
actually play knight e7, king f7?
Knight up here. I mean,
there's
but
the
there's always then you I pin you up, and then I start moving my pawns.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's her dream. So
that's her dream. Right.
she wants to trade off a pair of rooks. I think that's a good idea. It doesn't really matter if this is the strongest move or not, because she's only playing for a draw here. She needs to play in the way that's going to get her the draw most easily. And that's the problem for Polina, is that her position is worse, but she has to win. And also look at her opponent also gave her the h-pawn. So, but if she takes it, and she has 3 pawns for the piece, but what do we do here? Can we castle queenside? Yeah. I'm thinking at some point we need to make an attack on this pawn. Can we just go knight d4 finally? I think we can.
And you have to come back to b7.
Yeah, because you can't move your king anymore, because I'm just going to take it and then promote my pawn. So you have to go rook b7.
But there's knight c2.
And there's knight c2, and I promote. So you actually can take the pawn in h7. So I like her move rook g8. It's fine. She definitely just needs to make sure there's not going to be 2 rooks settled in on the 7th rank while she's all pinned up. Well, Polina still has plenty of time compared to her opponent, but I think it would be just a very sad way for her to go.
Yep. So time is her only hope here because the position is quite lost for white.
Yeah. Well, anyone else making a game of it? Should we take a look at Bella Hotanishvili, who is actually in a must-win situation against Han Zhangyi.
And she's better.
And she's better in this end game. She's got the more active rook and bishop.
And a better pawn on b5 compared to b6 as well.
But how do you win this position? I mean, it's actually, there must be some sort of pin idea and like bishop coming in. So she's definitely putting the bishop there. And she's definitely going to use the pin with that idea. I think that's the way in. She actually might be the one who's going to get the tiebreak tomorrow. That would be super impressive.
Yep. I think other matches are also looking like they're heading to the tiebreak. The first board, Elizabeth Pats versus Anna Muzichuk, and also the game between Harika versus Goichkina, looking like a draw as well. So we're expecting 3 tiebreaks maybe in the women's section.
You know, yeah, what's amazing is that like Bella, she has only a couple of minutes, but thankfully only like 1 move left to make for the time control. So she's not actually in time trouble, even though she has a lot less time than her opponent.
And it's very easy to move this, yeah?
Like, she's not stressed out, you can tell, because it's like her next move is bishop d4. There's not much to be, like her opponent can barely move, actually. Her opponent needs to start thinking about dropping that pawn, like rook e4. It's time to start thinking about things like that and evaluating this rook endgame. Now, if it's bad, it's bad. But you kind of have to start thinking about that, right? Because if you just stay passively, I don't know, let's say you play g6, right? And I go here. I mean, it's already going to be too late for that idea. So then, well, okay, you can sit. I mean, I have a lot of ideas even coming from the back rank sometimes. Well, I can improve. I can just kind of wait for you. Ultimately, let's say you go here, my winning plan, yeah?
I think your winning plan is just play rook a7 now.
Yeah, rook a7, but let's say you go king c8.
And then you can give a check and then move to the other side.
Yeah. And then you kind of start working from that side.
And then give a check again, and then slowly king goes to d4.
Yeah. I mean, there's still work to be done.
Yep.
Definitely. But she has very good chances. I mean, much better than Polina, who, her position is like slowly improving. But is it improving enough to get a win? She played king b2, rook g7, takes, g4, and now I'm thinking h5, h3, king e7. I don't know if that's the best move because, wow, there was something very strong in this position for black. And in my opinion, it really could only be rook d8, right?
Right.
I mean, you gotta maybe just take the open file unless there's something funny. You know, there's a really cool idea. Hold on. If this works, this is amazing. I'm going to feel like such a genius. Hold on. What if she goes like here, gives up the pawn, and gives up the knight on h5, like that?
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, that is the winning idea.
All right, guys. Well, I get to feel like a genius
done.
today. I mean, that's so beautiful. Look at that. I mean, you're either going to win the pawn, and then obviously, well, this is an important move because your knight is terrible, and they still have 3 pawns. So either you win the pawn and activate your knight, or you win the king and pawn endgame because their king cannot stop you, and your king can actually stop these pawns. Of course, you have to calculate, right? But it does kind of seem like also because you're queening with a check, yeah. So they cannot even have time for this stuff. Wow,
That's amazing.
that would have been a really clean line for Salimova because it's so forcing, right? You're forcing the trade.
And very concrete as well.
Yeah, and instead she goes king e7, which is like not doing so much, right?
I think she's just looking to make it to the time control.
Yeah, she wants to. Well, also maybe she just wants to go there and threaten a trade of those pawns and get her knight out. That's probably the idea, and it's fine. It's okay, but you know, when you have a chance to win the game like that,
Yeah, that would be cool.
yeah, you kind of want to take it. That would have been nice, putting the knight on h5.
Yeah. By the way, we have another decisive result in the open section. Abbas of Nijat won the second game against Salem Saleh. That's amazing. That's a very
Abbasov through.
Abbasov,
Wow,
yes.
he just keeps like he's like a
He has a
knife
very good
going through
run.
butter, you know. Well, it's good that the Azerbaijani players have got him right to just keep rooting for. When they've lost, you know, some of their really more well-known players
Yeah.
like
Rajabov.
Mamedzarov,
Yeah.
Rajabov, and Mamedov, right? And Durar Bailey. I mean, they've lost a lot of players,
Yep.
but Abbasov, he is carrying the Azeri flag. That's very nice. And meanwhile, we got some updates in Nurgul Salimova. She played Rook F8. And this pawn was captured. This pawn was captured. I mean, obviously it looks... Okay, Rook A7, King F8. And it looks fine for black because black is, you know, applying a lot of pressure to this pawn. And they can always take that terrible knight and bring it here and probably sack it for some dangerous c-pawn and then make a draw. But you can see how, you know, at least Shuvalova is staying in this game, right? They've got 4 more moves to time control. What is she going to
And
do?
C5 maybe. Yeah, C5. She's pushed.
C5 on the board.
Yeah, she has pushed
Yeah,
the
so
C-pawn.
C5, I mean, well, we're going to take the knight, right? I'm sorry, we got to take the pawn. I don't think she needs to think too much over that decision. She's got to take, and take again. At least get rid of that. The pawn can't go there yet. The knight will go to E8. I mean, C6, knight to E8. And okay, well, sack the knight for the pawn. But no, she's got other plans. Okay.
She's played knight E8
Knight
first.
E8, that's fine, I guess.
I think she wants to play rook F7
Yeah, okay.
after C6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have gotten rid of the
Oh.
pawn. I think it's just kind of simpler. But I can understand her. Yeah, I guess C6, you want to go here, yeah? Yeah.
Although I totally agree with you. I'd also get rid of the pawns.
Yeah, get rid. I mean, who knows, actually, even this position.
Yeah.
Like, are we even clear? Because the pawn has gotten quite far. And like
So you have to play
maybe-
b4, yeah?
Yeah,
Before
like,
king
you know,
E7.
maybe I bring up my king. I mean, you
Yeah.
haven't even... I mean, but sure, you probably are drawing this, yeah?
I probably
Yeah,
have to
you
play.
probably are drawing this. Yeah, I agree. Like, you're going to, like, somehow... But still, you know? Yeah. Yeah, you do make a draw.
So maybe instead of playing b5 after king d8, king c5.
Yeah. Try to go to these squares, right? Yeah, I mean, I have to go here.
Do
Yeah,
you?
it's still a draw, I
King
think.
d6 and takes,
yeah,
yeah?
I take. and
Right.
Should be a draw, but all right. Let's see. Game still continues. Knight e8.
King
and
c3. And now you have
C3.
time to get rid of this g pawn.
Yeah.
right?
Oh, you should definitely
Yeah,
take
you should
it.
you should do
right?
that. Uh-huh.
Or is she so interested in this idea that she's not going to bother with the g pawn?
You know what? I think it's even like if you take, and then you can even play rook e4. No, she took it. She took
Okay.
g pawn. She tried to clarify that part of the
Yeah.
board. And now you have option. Maybe she's thinking of playing rook e4 as well, and then
She's
take on e5.
Very close to making the time control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would just take the g4 pawn without thinking too much, intuitively. But I mean, I agree with you that I guess if you wanted to think about that move, you can.
Because the
Yeah.
idea is after rook e4,
Mm-hmm.
if you play c6, I can play e5 first.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you play c7 because there's rook c5.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep, you can do it. You can do it. But
No,
there we go.
She took
goes
on
for
g4.
the simple approach, yeah. She's got one move to make to the time control. Prague game is also very interesting. Yeah. Well, let's go back there and take a look at how he's winning. So everything we talked about, I think, happened, right? He sacked the exchange. He went rook a8. He went queen f3. So we just didn't get to this part, f5. Well, I guess you can even take on f6 here if you wanted to. He went b5. I mean, can you just take this pawn? It looks pretty good too, but
Maybe there is bishop d6.
yeah, maybe there's some sort of...
maybe not. It's not a mate.
Yeah, it's not a checkmate, so I can take your rook. Well, it was something to think about. He went b5. He wants the rook to be under a tempo when he takes on d5. You see that? Because the problem is he didn't want this move right away because queen g4 check and getting at least a queen trade. So he wants to get the rook to go somewhere like to b6 so he could sack. And I think he's doing the sack. Yeah, because he's going to have knight b6 in the end. Queen g4 on the board, queen trade. And now, yeah, I'm sure like knight b6 here. Knight b6 must be very good. Knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6. I think you have to play it.
King c7. And, well, knight takes c8, I bet, is just completely winning. But, I mean, rook c8 is the first move to look at, right? And just then figure out if you can win using the pin. But if you want to keep your knight on the board,
yeah,
maybe we take like that. How do you get him back? Do you go king b7?
I think king b7.
Yeah, sure. Might probably have to go rook a7 check. Right. Or not. Is there something tricky here?
There might be.
There probably is.
If knight b6, it's just the same, right? You can just take on b6.
I mean, knight b6 is possible. Then king b6, and we already had a very similar position, right?
Oh, maybe.
Can we
Hang
go
on.
bishop a3?
Bishop a3, bishop b7. I doubt it.
Maybe you can even take. And then take on b5 and make a game out of it.
Yeah.
Have a lot of... Okay, so Prague actually still has to be quite careful.
He's thinking.
Yeah.
He's calculating this.
All right. Like, for example, the eval bar is like overwhelmingly in white's favor, but there is something tricky here. So this is supposed to be a good move, and after this, we're going to have to find something brilliant. Maybe it's rook a6 and take that pawn. I guess it's not that brilliant. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not that brilliant. It's just technical. It's just, okay, take my knight, I take your pawn, all your pieces are on the back rank.
Right, and c4.
And I'm
c4,
threatening that,
yeah.
and I have like 5 million extra pawns. Yeah.
Yep. Maybe you shouldn't try to be too fancy, and just collect whatever material that you can.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think so. That move pretty much guarantees him that pawn, right? I mean, let's say I go, I don't know, bishop b4. Okay. That's possible too. So now what do we do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he took it.
with a knight.
Let's
He
see.
knows the win is close.
King b7.
Oh, king b7. So he's missing rook a6. He's missing it.
No, he's thinking about it now. He has to find this.
No, I mean Burkesh probably doesn't see it.
Oh,
I
right.
feel like if he would have seen rook a6,
He would have gone somewhere else.
He would have
yeah.
at least tried that because I don't know. I feel like that's just maybe a little less clear. Maybe you know what the problem is with that? It's also this. I guess it's always the rook stepping back to win something. Yeah. No,
Or you can just give a check.
Yeah, he's pretty lost here. Oh yeah. You can also give a check, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
And he's played
they
it,
can't
rook
take.
a6, the winning move.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like it's almost over on their game. And let's see what Fabiano is doing against Duda.
Okay.
And it's looking like very good too for Fabiano.
Yeah.
Almost winning as well.
Man, if I had to face those pawns bearing down at me and my king out in the open, I would be very sad. And by the way, he can't even take this pawn, right? Because there's probably some kind of a
Double pin, Queen G6.
Queen G6, I would assume, is looking very unpleasant.
Yeah, how do you
Because yeah, it's not like your rook can jump over somewhere.
And E2 is a check.
Yeah. And then you just lose.
Yep.
Wow, so sad. So yeah, he's not winning that pawn,
Yep.
and they just got to make a few more moves to time control. Queen F2, Queen D6. Nice game by Fabi.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the lesson is when you open up that king with G4 moves, you have to be really careful.
Yeah. A bit too committal by Duda.
Yeah, those knights
and
turned out better than the bishops. Now he's threatening rook D2.
Yeah, and it went backfire.
Yeah, Duda knows that he's not going to repeat as the World Cup champion.
Mm-hmm. I think he might be resigning on this turn.
Yeah, he'll probably make it to time control. Would be my guess. He'll play like a few more moves. Black's king can still be checked.
That's true.
He'll probably make the time control, and then if things are still as bad, he can resign.
But also he has less time on the clock, so he might.
Yeah, poor guy. Did I see him walking? Was he the one taking a walk yesterday? I think he was. I saw him on the boulevard walking with maybe his friend or second, Camille Mitan.
Ah.
I think, was that him? Or who was walking with Salim Salah? Maybe.
Oh, it's Sochko Bartos.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, Sochko. So there's two Polish seconds here, right? So Sochko was with Salim, and I think Mitan is usually with Duda.
Yeah, and things are not
Yeah.
looking good for both of them. Yeah, Salim just got eliminated by Abbasov, and this one as well looking like a loss for Duda.
Yeah. All right.
And on the other game.
Do we have any more games still in progress? So we actually have this interesting end game. We should go back to the ladies because Elizabeth Patz and Anna Muzichuk, there's still something to be fought over in this position, although it's probably going to end in a draw, right? Probably white will like either just win that pawn, give up f5. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see black winning this. Yeah, their b pawn is not going to be fast enough. And by the way, what is happening in Harika versus Garyashkina? They've been playing this forever. And I mean, I guess Garyashkina is the one, I suppose she's the one trying to win. Because now she's the one that can take this pawn, right?
And then if the king... Oh, the king has to go to
Yeah,
e6.
I'm assuming the king is going here, and even though she has two connected passers, I'm getting enough play. I'm assuming, like, but, you know, we still have to kind of figure this out, right? That's why I'm saying that it feels like Garyashkina is the one playing for a win. But you know, on the other hand, her king can never move.
Yep. But how to proceed on this position?
Yeah, how does
right?
white play here? Well, I have an idea. Actually, yeah, my idea might be bad because if I go there,
Just give a check
rook
and take the pawn.
f7. I mean, okay, wow. Like, is this it? Is this my holding setup?
No, just take on
Oh, no, I can't because
Yeah.
now, I don't. It's like I don't get your pawn on time. You run away from me. So where am I supposed to go with my king? It's a little tricky, right? Because you can take my pawn.
Rook g4.
And you're up 2 pawns, and somehow the eval
This is still
bar,
okay for
saying
white
this is
too.
okay. This is okay, but it's certainly an unusual evaluation. I guess it's due to white's activity, right? White's going to win that pawn.
And the king is closer to the other pawns.
Yes, and I guess the rook is too passive. Just too passive.
This one you can actually go back to d7.
How about I go to here and try to go for f5?
So
Right.
let's say I give a check now on h7. Do you take the pawn? If you take the pawn, let me play rook g7, takes, and then king g7.
Which line are you looking at?
Rook h7 now.
Uh-huh.
You have
And
to come back to
then
f6.
I come back. Yeah, let's say to f6. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is good, Roish.
Well, but you see, but basically, Harika would be drawing down a bunch of material simply because of the activity of her pieces. She has to be very precise. So that's why when I see this position, the evaluation, I think, is like, well, only black can win, obviously. But with some very precise play, white can hold a draw. So you guys really want to see how Prague is going to win. Sure. Let's take a look. They're down to their last 30 seconds for the final move, but Prague is up 2 pawns. And as long as he doesn't let the c-pawn promote, he's going to win. So what happens on c2? I guess just bishop e3. I mean, you can't allow me to sack my rook for the bishop, right? So I have to do something like that. Or not. Or not. But what could be good here? Is there like a different
Just
place?
bishop c1.
Yeah, it's not clear why bishop e3 is so bad. That's why it's a little tricky. But 1 second. Black just played, instead of c2, he didn't even bother with c2. He played rook d8. Well,
And you can
attacking-
just go bishop e3, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, rook c4, yeah. A more...
Yeah, rook c4,
active
I guess,
approach.
gives him a tempo. Sure, so he made time control
He made it to the time control.
and got up from the board.
Yep.
Rook c4, bishop a5. Answered instantly by Berkesh because he has no other choice.
By the way, let's quickly go to the game of Duda versus Fabianov, because this could be ending very soon.
Okay. They made the time control.
And they just shook hands, did they?
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Or maybe it was just a move. Oh, they shook hands. I predicted
You ordered them to do it, you know?
Just finish it, guys. Yeah, the final position is just hopeless.
All right, well, let's explain why. Did he make a move? Did Fabiano actually answer him? Oh, he played f2, final move. Okay, now we can see why he's resigning, because if he trades the queens, actually, if he trades the queens, I make a new queen with check, and then I take your queen. And if you move your rook somewhere, I win your queen. So yes, it is game over. And if you take my pawn, check, trade, new queen. So totally hopeless. Yeah. All right. So
Yeah.
Fabiano goes through. And who is he going to be facing in the next
Dominguez.
round? Dominguez. That's
Dominguez.
right. I already
Yep.
forgot. It's the American matchup. How hard can it be to remember that?
Yep. And by the way, we still have one game left in the open section, which I predict will be finishing anytime soon. And all the games in the women's sections are
Oh,
still
they're all
playing.
still going. That's why we say the women are the most combative.
I know. Look at that.
Prague is the only one who's still dealing in the open, dealing with the game on the open side. All right, so he played bishop a5, and now let's find a way to win for Prague, huh? It has something to do, probably with promoting the e pawn. Sorry, like that. I would think, but there's other approaches. I mean, you can try a slower approach of using the king. I mean, like, I don't know why you can't also just kind of use the king to win that pawn. Right? That also looks quite okay. What does black want? Does black want to bring out the rook? Take that pawn?
Yep. Unclear. Maybe
I
just
mean,
king b6,
king
king
g2
b5.
seems like okay to me as an idea. I would consider, but there could be something more specific, right? With like the only other specific idea is e6.
I think I like to play bishop e3 here, just so that my rook is not tied to this pawn.
The problem with e6 is that like there's rook d6, right? That you're kind of, you know, if you keep going, you know, there's rook e6, and well, that seems a bit problematic. I mean, sure, I guess I could defend the pawn, right? Maybe that's just it. Maybe just, have that pawn hold your rook and then move up my king, and then I just win. This rook can always like go somewhere on the c file. You can't even move your king because of rook c8. Maybe that's the winning setup. All right, but we do think that Prague is gonna not have so many problems with the conversion. Let's take a look. Shovalova versus Salimova. Well, the white pawns are advancing, but only this pawn can really be dangerous, because the knight can always give itself up for that one. On the other hand, the knight can't really move. I don't think Shuvalova is really any danger of losing at this point.
Yeah, but obviously things could have gone better for her, like easier way to make a draw, because this position is she has to be really careful.
Yeah, I agree.
These two pawns and the knight is limited. That's why I was actually, instead of the g4 pawn, e5 pawn looks more tempting to me.
What if we just go in the most direct way with g5? Like black has counterplay too, right? Let's say I go here. You go b6, right? I go g4. And maybe there's even like rook a2. I mean, should I go rook a2 to try to kind of cross you, or rook b3? Because if I go b7, yeah, you go rook here. And I wasn't so sure how we're winning this. Well, guys, there's still some chances, I think, for Polina Shuvalova in this game. But we're going to take a break. Everyone's made the time control, and we will come back to discuss these endgames in a few minutes.
See you.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
So once again, I'm joined by Magnus Carlsen, just finished off his match against Vasil Ivanchuk. Magnus, a stunning performance, 2-0, and especially today, it seemed you had everything under control, but you were telling me before, just at the end, you weren't 100% sure that the position was winning.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think, well, he caught me out in the opening again a bit, and I wasn't I wasn't so sure what was going on there. Thought I was probably a bit worse, and then I started to outplay him. Then he offered me a draw right after move 30, when I thought for a bit about this queen exchange, and I thought at that point that I thought there were some practical winning chances, so and no chances of losing. So even though like it's a little bit of a moot point to play for a win there, I mean, I thought the end game was interesting, so I thought let's go for it. And clearly he was pretty dejected at that point. And then later he blundered a pawn with king d3. I mean, it's a very instructive pawn ending there, which is winning for black. Otherwise, I think it was probably a draw still, and even at the end I was not completely sure. But he just resigned. I mean, the match was over, and I think he was not in the mood to fight. But anyway, I thought the position was probably winning, and it seems that it is.
We were actually speculating in the press room after move 30, and I was suggesting that maybe if a draw offer came around there, you might be tempted to accept it, although your fighting spirit is very well known, and you had a basically no risk position to carry on. So he did offer a draw at that point then.
Yeah, he did offer a draw, I think, when he played bishop c1. But I'm not normally known for being merciful. So even though, I mean, rating is one thing, but it also feels good to win.
It does seem that you're sort of getting into your groove with this 2-0. I'd even say playing with more strength, you're more convincing than the previous round. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. I think both yesterday and today, I think I was on the defensive, to be honest, out of the opening both times, spending a lot of time not really finding the solutions. And it only looks convincing because he started making mistakes at some point.
So tomorrow you have a rest day. Others will be fighting in the tiebreak. And of course, there's still a game to be played, but most likely you'll be facing Gukesh in the quarterfinals. What do you expect from that matchup if it occurs?
I think now, well, I'm obviously very happy to be in the quarters. It didn't look like that necessarily a few days ago, and I'm very happy to get a rest day. Well, we're in the quarters, so you sort of expect to be playing the very top guys, and the way he's playing now, Gukesh is one of them, and I haven't seen his game today, but or much of it, but it's obviously likely. So I'm happy to still be in the tournament.
And finally, what do you think of the fact that there's 4 very strong Indian players still participating in the event? Does that say anything special about Indian chess nowadays to you?
Well, not only that, but also the SG Alpine Warriors from the Global Chess League. Almost
the whole team is here.
Yeah, the whole team. Well, Pitts is also still in the tournament, so Krush is the only one who's been eliminated. So yeah, it's good to see Indian chess is looking extremely bright, and there is a reasonable chance that I would say at least 3 of them, and possibly all of them, will qualify for the quarters.
Planning some go for tomorrow? Maybe some volcano muds? What's your idea?
I haven't thought about it, but it will be good to get out of the hotel a little bit.
Okay. Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone. And I think we are into the last section of the games. We still have one game going on in the open section and all the games in the women's section.
Yeah, and while we've been on break, Elizabeth Paz made a sad blunder in her bishop endgame
Yes.
against Anna Muzichuk. And
Unfortunately. Mhm.
yeah, it seems like it's going to be very hard to come back from that one. Well, we've kind of been saying that it wasn't a completely drawn endgame because it was unbalanced, with black having the queenside pawn majority. Let's see what was going on here. Yeah, obviously black kind of having the advantage, and white was temporarily down a pawn, but Elizabeth was I think defending this quite well, and was going to win the pawn back. Right, she won the pawn back as they made the time control. So this wasn't even a 40th move blunder, which is the really sad part. This was actually a blunder. It actually happens quite often on the 41st move,
yes.
as people kind of lose their sense of danger,
Right.
I guess. But it was not because she was in time trouble, guys. And what she did here was she played the very natural king h5, thinking that, okay, I'm going to lose that pawn, I'll take that one. It's just 2 against 2, it's a draw. But, and if black pushes this pass pawn, well, then you take it and then you control the a4 square, it's a draw. But the problem is this pawn goes, and suddenly there's just a pawn breakthrough that you can't do anything about.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the bottom line is, let's say you go bishop c6, right?
Just play before, takes, and then bishop f5, bishop e6, yeah?
Yeah, so let's say if I take this way, then
Yeah, keep going. a3.
you keep going, and then the problem is that the bishop comes back.
I think to f5.
Maybe to f5, because on e6 the king is, like this. But wait, how maybe can white save this position? I have to go b5, right? But then you go bishop e6, and then after I take, black wins, because black gets into the square of the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So is there some tricky way for me
Yeah.
not to lose this? There's actually still a chance, right? Because, okay, here's one clear line where black wins. So let's say I go h4, you go b4, and I take this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Then I definitely lose, because then I've eliminated the b pawn, and then we see this idea come. And you basically, I won't have a chance to sacrifice my bishop anymore for your pawn, and I'm not fast enough. I'm definitely not fast enough with my, maybe I even moved to the wrong square, but it doesn't really matter because I'm not fast enough.
To stop the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, to stop the pawn. Black is way faster. So let's try to do this a little bit better for black. Maybe she can still put up, for white, maybe she can still put up some resistance. So,
She played h4 though.
right. Oh, she did play h4. So I was thinking, but so bishop c6, right? Maybe there's...
This is a4.
A4
first.
bishop c6. Because I'm basically trying to get to this diagonal. Maybe... What did she not like about it? Maybe she just didn't like this. Maybe I just go here and then I play b4.
Oh, I think I understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's king e5, so we can still play b4, takes, a3, bishop d5, king e5 first, and then your king is in time to catch the other pawn. Let's say wherever you go,
So
I can just
wherever I
go bishop e4, bishop d5.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
Wait, why is so...
Yeah, this is... Or maybe you just catch the b4 pawn.
Maybe it's
just
this,
king
maybe it's
d4,
this move,
just
king
king
d4,
d4.
and then bishop
Mm-hmm.
c2. But then I have bishop b1.
And then just king goes to c3
Yeah,
and
that's
b2.
it. That's why you should go this way, right? So I can't really push this.
You can just
I
take
guess
it.
I'm a little too slow, right? You're doing this maneuver and you win. Yeah. So she played h4. So basically, bishop c6, I guess, is losing anyway. Yeah, like you just go b4, pawn takes, and then you get the tempo on the bishop, and then you keep coming in with the king until you get him here and set that up.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, so she played h4, but now, Anna just has to go b4. It's not too hard.
Yeah. She's checking everything because she has enough time in the clock.
Yeah. And now if I take, then I don't even get to stop the pawn. So I can't take that way. So I have only one move. You take, I have one move, and then I just resign.
You can also go bishop g6.
Because, there's only one square on which I hold this pawn. Once I'm forced off that diagonal, the game is over. So that is very sad.
Yeah, that is sad. So
For Elizabeth. And I'm going to lose my dinner partner after today's game.
Oh, so in the game of Harika versus Grechkina,
Yeah.
she won king c6, not to e6 like what we discussed, but it's still equally good apparently, because after rook c5, king d7, you just have to be around those pawns.
I wonder if Elizabeth knows that she's losing, because she doesn't look as distraught as someone who would normally have realized it, or maybe she's doing a good job of hiding it. But here's the thing, guys, the blunder was simply that you just gave up f6. You didn't have to give up this pawn. You could have kept it. You could have just played f7. It wasn't actually even that hard. Why give up the pawn if you don't need to? Right? Just keep it. It could be useful, right? And then you go king h5.
No, I'm sure she overlooked a4.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, even if you overlooked it, right? Why give up this pawn? Right? Why? It's kind of obvious. If you give it up, that your king is stuck on the side of the board and your pawn's not that close. You have to, still figure things out here, right? But I just mean why not at least hold the pawn and then go here? And let's say they try the same idea, right? Well, first of all, they have to stop us from going king g7, so they got to waste more time, right? And at this point, we could win by just doing this. Draw.
Yeah.
Well,
and then just go to a1.
yeah, because your pawn is a dark squared pawn, and I get into the corner. I'm just saying, that's even the simple one. Maybe I don't have to, right? But maybe I can, go king g5 and, let you play b4. And this is perhaps okay because you're not getting your bishop to this diagonal so easily, right? Okay, it's a little tricky. I would obviously prefer the scenario where I just give up my bishop and take my king into that corner on a1. But yeah, she just had the draw in the pocket, and so this was a real suicidal move, king h5, and because the thing is you have to look out for pawn breakthroughs in these positions. It's the only idea that your opponent has with these 2 against 1, right? They're not going to play b4. Right? So a4 first and then b4 is very typical. Maybe she missed the fact that her opponent had this bishop rerouting. And I think
There's some moves on the board. It's king e7.
Whoa. Whoa.
Anna made another mistake. What is this?
Oh my gosh. I can't believe what I'm seeing. She's
you
gonna
could
let
literally
her, she's
go.
gonna let her
Just
go.
take.
She's gonna take on b5. I can't believe it.
Let's put it on the board. Let's put it on the board.
Wait.
No, it's not in
It's
time.
not that easy because we're
It's
not,
not in time
we're not in
because-
time. You're
no.
gonna block me off.
Yep. King goes to b3 first.
Yeah. Oops. You go here.
Yeah, you go there.
You don't let me in. Okay.
And then
but hold
bishop
on.
d3 and then yeah.
She go on king e7. So what's the draw? So you can't give up the bishop right away. But. Okay, it's a little tricky now. No, I can see why she thought this is still winning too. So what's the difference? The difference is that somehow my king will be able to come out. Well,
I think I saw it. Just bishop g6.
oh,
Takes, b4 and h5.
hold on.
Oh, but
I have
that's
king
a
f8.
check. No, there's a check on b1.
But I also have king f8.
That's right. So it's not that.
Yeah. Like this move, we can just go there and go king f8 and then break through and win. So it's something else. Hold on. But Elizabeth has been given a chance. I can't believe it. Maybe I will keep my dinner partner here. This is very important, guys. We're playing for high stakes. It's not just getting to round 6. It's like, who am I going to be having dinner with for the rest of this tournament? So bishop, let's say bishop c6, right? Now, you could go there, and I'd probably go back. So the difference is what? The difference is that when you go here, I mean, this still loses, doesn't it? Or do I have king g7 in time? Because I might, like...
No, not g7, but the bishop will just go to f5.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have king g7 in time. Like, I'm still way behind you in this.
Yep, and it's on the check.
Yeah. So what do I do? So I have to take.
Mm-hmm.
You go a3.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5. And you go bishop f5.
And then just b5. Oh, but you can catch that.
But I catch that. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. There's going to be something incredible here, right? But I don't see it yet. So I guess whatever it is, Elizabeth still has her work cut out. She has time. So b5, you just go here, and I lose. Oh, but here I play here.
And after bishop
Oh, but you're not getting me off the diagonal.
Ah, that's what it means. I see.
Ah, so what's the difference with, like, why couldn't I do that before? So hold on, guys. Okay.
Because the
okay.
king was on f6.
Yeah. So like back here, she was winning with this.
No.
I'm sorry. Yeah, she was winning with this move because in this position, well, first of all, I couldn't even make that capture, right?
Mm-hmm. No, you have to take on a4.
Yeah. So I go here, here, here.
And
Oh,
then-
and this is the question, right? Like why can't you just go here and then bishop a2? Why is this so bad? Wasn't this kind of...
Probably just bishop e6 and king e5.
Maybe the king?
No,
Yeah,
bishop
maybe,
e6 and
maybe
king
the king
e5.
is going like
Yeah.
this, and there's... Sorry, guys. You know, chess is complicated. I mean, I guess this doesn't work because we have enough time for this, right? Or like some sort of king, I don't know, king g5, and then the pawn runs, right?
Oh, I think I know. King,
Yeah.
put the king on f6 and it's going to be zugzwang. Play bishop f7. Here, bishop b1.
Oh.
Bishop f, yeah, and then after h5, you can come back to e6.
Oh, that's incredible. And I can't go here because of bishop
There's a check,
g6.
yes.
Oh my gosh. This is a zugzwang position. I completely forgot about the bishop a2 idea. That's what actually makes it a lot trickier for black.
Yeah, some zugzwang.
So here,
So you
putting
have to
me in zugzwang because
h5.
after that,
You can come back.
only my king
Yes.
can move. Ah, without the zugzwang. Yeah, without the zugzwang.
Yep.
Um,
That's
wow.
That's not so easy to find.
Okay, no, now I understand why Anna didn't see b4 because they both thought the bishop could go back to a2. Wow, okay. All right, so she played bishop c6. That's good. So basically the king had to be on f6. Now that it's not on f6, okay, Elizabeth, yeah, she's a little nervous. She's got that shaking tick
Yep.
that a lot of the players have. Who else does the shaking tick? Is that Gukesh?
I think almost everyone does.
All of them? Yeah, I certainly do it too. Yeah, that is beautiful, Brian. And after king d6, bishop e8 on the board. Okay, well, good news for white is that like their king is now free, so she can actually push the pawn unless black goes b5 and b4. So this is going to happen. And by the way, but now if it happens, I can even take like this, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
then you
even
can
just
take it
like
bishop
that.
f7.
Go
yeah.
bishop f7, and even if you kick me off, every time you try to kick me off, I'm going bishop a2
Mm.
and going bishop b1,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. It's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the zugzwang.
And also there's an extra
Incredible.
pawn on b pawn.
Incredible.
Yeah. Wow. So this could be tie break.
Wow. Oh, what a save. Oh, how nice. Okay. And now let's take a look at Polina Shuvalova. They actually went down the road I was talking about. It wasn't right before we went on the break, guys. I was thinking, what if Black just pushes the G pawn? And doesn't that look interesting? And she's doing exactly what I said, but apparently it's bad. Apparently Shuvalova has a chance here. Now I think Nurgul, she looks very calm. She actually looks quite calm, and she's thinking like, oh, my G pawn is going. So let's try to figure out why there's something that should be bothering her here.
So c6 I think has to be played. That's for sure. And then the rook
C6?
can move. Yeah.
Yeah, the rook can move, but I mean, I would say it's not like that obvious to me why white has this big edge according to the eval bar. I mean,
No, because I think after c6, then the rook is free. Then the rook can just
Can go-
capture the G pawn.
but is that so easy? Because I'm just going g3.
Rook a1.
Yeah, but I got your little pawn here.
Ah, you want to play rook b6?
Oh,
Then
yeah.
can I move my king first then? King d4, let's say. How to stop those pawns?
Oh, but you're not letting me take it, right?
No.
Uh-huh. You're not letting me take it. Incredible. And your king is coming up.
Yeah, and I just captured
You
that pawn.
well, you basically actually might, you basically just want to go there, right?
Mm.
Take the pawn.
Or king c5,
Wow.
yeah.
Maybe here I made the wrong move. How do you like this move? Do
Yeah, you
like,
have
do
to
you like
take
that a little
you have
better?
To take,
yeah.
There's a fortress then.
Yeah,
You just put-
because actually, I mean, I'm
No,
promote-
you don't need to take. You just play rook c1 and take on c6.
I get rid
you
of your
just-
last
yeah.
pawn. Yeah.
You don't need to think
I
about
don't need
that.
to
pawn.
try to promote, yeah.
Oh, if king d4, you can play g2 because it's a check.
Yeah.
So you have
Okay.
to play king d3.
King d3, and then I can
Yeah,
take,
yeah.
and
you
it's a
take
draw.
this. Uh-huh.
So it's a little tricky. G4 is on the board, right? So basically, Polina still hasn't played b7. But it's amazing that she's gotten this chance.
And we have a result on board number 2 between Harika versus Goichkina, which ended with a draw. So we have our first tiebreak match from the women's section.
Yeah, that was a long game, and it ended in a draw anyway after Goichkina decided to avoid the draw out of the opening. So far, do you think that we might have all 4 games?
Now I'm thinking that we might have 4 tiebreak matches in the
Well,
women's
yeah,
section.
because we need Shuvalova to win and Bella to win in order for that to happen,
Yeah.
right? And we need, and I think the other games are going to be draws. So there is a chance, guys, that all 4 women's matches are going to go to tiebreaks. But for that, Polina Shuvalova has to use her chances in this end game. So let's say she pushes.
She
I
played
really
rook
think it's going to be
a2.
incredible if she wins, right? Like it's like being down a piece from the position that she had where she was dead lost even. To this moment, it would be pretty incredible. Yeah. So b7, I have to play rook b1, and then you just support your pawns like that. Is there any other idea?
Or you can play king d4 too.
I could go king c2 if I wanted to,
King c2. King c2.
and
nice.
then c6. I just wonder, is there like some reason my king would need to be here? I mean, but the basic point is, like when you go somewhere, I just
Just
go
C6.
c6, and you can never take my pawn.
What did they do?
And what did she play?
So rook a2 is on the board.
Uh-huh.
And then...
Okay, whoa,
rooks-
so she didn't go b7. She did not go b7. She actually, she went for this idea I was mentioning earlier, trying to stop things like that, rook c1, and now she's probably planning rook c2.
But if you...
But then,
rook c2
there's
just take.
g3.
Yeah, rook c2 just take.
Yeah, at some point you can't really go for this stuff because black is promoting a pawn as well. Right? They actually queen before white does, and white is just worse. Whoa, so that's kind of disappointing for Polina. that she didn't push the pawn all the way to b7. I mean, maybe just psychologically she was like, oh, the pawn just gets stopped. It's going nowhere. Maybe she kind of forgot that the c6 pawn can never be taken, right? So something like this, and there could be something even stronger here than the move c6. But what could that be? Like king d3?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Just walk away from the check.
Yep.
And that's a push. And then I
Actually, you can go for that pawn if you want. The king goes for that pawn.
Oh, you actually just want me to do that?
Yeah,
really?
yeah. Just shift the intention. Like this king is not doing anything anyway, so
Yeah, why not?
let's give some job. Or maybe king e2 because then there's a check. Yeah.
They always give us checks. I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the idea.
I
Of
think
just
c6
C6.
also. C6. Yeah.
And then kind of like stopping it with the rook. But then the thing is, like, now you can start moving in your king. You know, that's the problem. That I've like let you reposition your king. So we actually have to be quite smart about this. No, I don't think like this was so obvious. Like, I don't think it's so obvious that b7 is winning for sure. Like, if you don't see the eval bar, it's really not. Like, the g pawn also seems like it gives counterplay. And every time you're moving this rook, like, this king is coming in. So it's quite tricky, but this must be like the key position here. You know what I think it is?
And we have a result there on the game of Pragnananda versus Burkesh, and it's a win. It's a win for Pragnananda. So he's going to go through to the next round. What-
Yeah, very nice match by him. Drawing yesterday with the black pieces without any problems. And winning a beautiful game today.
Mhm.
And Prague is playing his compatriot, Arjun
Arjun.
Erigaisi.
All right.
I actually think I found the right move here. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
I think I actually get the point. Oh, wait, no. For some reason, I was going to play here and just blunder that pawn. Because I was like, oh, if I go there and you take my pawn, I go king b2 and I win. So that doesn't work.
Okay. Wow, look at this, guys. Everyone who is watching, we have all the games finished in the open section and 3 still remaining in the women's section. So 75% of the games in the women's sections are still going on.
Yeah, well, the women definitely came to play some long games today. And I'm still trying to figure out how Polina could have
And this
won this
potentially
endgame.
be the only round that, even though the number of players in the women's section is significantly much lower than in the open section, but we will see more tiebreaks from the women's section because other tiebreaks that we saw, open section always has more.
Aren't you fascinated by this position, Irene? Like, the eval bar is like screaming at us that white is winning, and it's still not that clear. So now it just shows us how difficult it was for Polina to actually go for this. Right? Like, the rook can't move because you lose the pawn. So, okay, let's try. And then the pawn just wants to go. So, and every time I'm going c6, I know the eval bar doesn't like that. So it's a real mystery for me.
And if the king goes,
Yeah, so the king can go. I don't know. You want to try d2?
d2, let's try d2.
Sure. Try d2. Okay, we're on the right track. So you can't take any pawns. So you're going to go g3. Okay.
And let's go king e2.
King e2, sure. Maybe this is the way to do it. Yeah. So king e2. And, okay, your king still can't move. Your knight actually can never move because that's a check that wins. So, check. You're going to
King
go
F1.
f1.
Yeah.
So you're using your king to control the pawn, yeah? And what's the winning plan here?
Just push
c6?
c6. c6, rook e8. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, okay. So I think we finally understood what Polina's winning strategy should have been. So basically use the king to control the pawn. This king is helpless. Keep the rook here long enough so the king can't go to e7, and then finally just go c6 and rook a8 and promote the pawn.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not trivial, that's for sure. But let's see what she did and where they are in the game right now. it's actually looking still pretty exciting. She went rook a2, rook c1. Wait, no, that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. So let's see. Yeah, rook c1, her king went up. Pawn went. Apparently a mistake.
I think king
King
e7 has to
b5.
be played.
She had to bring in her king, right? Oh, yeah. She didn't bring up the king. Oh, man. Oh, man. King b5. And it actually is kind of simple now. It sort of plays itself, doesn't it?
Yep. And king c6, that's it.
And that's it. I mean, wow, this poor passive knight.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. She's still going to get the win. Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. She was this close to go to the semifinal. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, really good fighting spirit from Polina, but I mean, what a game. What a miss from Nurgul. I mean, like having an extra piece and not even being able to draw. I mean, just think about where we were. I mean, it's incredible. Like if you just think about the situation like back around, like, I don't know, this moment, right? I mean, you don't really think, okay, I mean, yes, there's some chances, but you don't really think Black needs to lose this position. And she missed the big win at this moment, you know, just promoting the pawn and then sacrificing her knight on h5. We showed that beautiful line. In
Yeah.
case you missed it earlier, guys,
Oh, you take on g4 first.
you
Okay,
can do it
that's
either
better,
way.
yeah.
You just give up the a pawn and trade the rooks. And, you know, to be honest, she should have just went for it anyway. Like, even if she didn't know that she had the winning move knight h5.
The king can just go, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, and the reason this move is winning, guys, is because you're freeing your knight to attack the pawn, and if they take you, you actually just win because you're promoting the h-pawn. They can't stop it. But even if you didn't have that,
You
like,
have king
I'm pretty
d7.
sure, like, king d7, like, you're not going to lose, right? Like, okay, it's probably just some draw.
And even
but-
after king b2, you still have this
Yeah,
knight
you still have
h5.
knight h5, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know, maybe c5 is the... No, it's not even the best move. Well, how do we deal with this move? It's not that easy, is it? Knight h5 is a tough one to deal with. Maybe b4.
Maybe before.
And then knight h5. And,
Yeah, what's the
then
difference?
what, you know?
f5 maybe.
I mean, that there's like some sort of...
No, f5 instead of taking.
Instead of taking the knight, like playing
Yeah.
this move.
Yep.
If you take me, then I take your
Mm-hmm.
knight. And if I take this way...
I think you have to take the pawn. Or maybe not. Taking the
Maybe
pawn.
I take the knight and I...
Oh, and
yeah,
then
I
there are
think
two pawns.
Yeah, I think now I finally get
Yep.
a draw or
Mhm.
something because my pawns are separated enough. Yeah, it could have been a little wild, but if she would have just go knight h5 right away, then it's kind of easily winning.
Mm-hmm.
And still, she kept the rooks on the board.
Yeah, let's take a look at the
Yeah,
current position
current
because
position.
it's very decisive right now.
Yeah, so she just played b7, and I guess how is she planning to win this?
It's a draw
Okay, Elizabeth
between
and
Elizabeth
Anna.
Betts.
Yeah,
and
quite a
Anna
relief
Muzichuk.
for Elizabeth, but you know, luckily the win was actually quite hidden.
The zugzwang.
Yeah, the zugzwang position, we can
They have to
always
see it, yeah.
go back later. All right, b7 on the board. And what is White's winning idea? I think White just wants to win that pawn. I mean, White doesn't really have to do much. This knight is so terrible. They're just going to go rook here, rook takes pawn, and then eventually promote the b pawn.
Yeah, so the idea to win this position is you have king and rook. So make them work on different side of the board. So if not, the rook on the queen side and then the king on king side, or vice versa. And now the king is actually guarding the pawn, and now the rook can also take care of the other pawn. So I think it's a this collaboration works too, because I thought only king can protect the g pawn and then the rook is on the other side, but this is also working too.
You know, this is the worst knight I've ever seen. Like, it literally cannot do anything. Like, even if you go here and try to get it there, like, I just bring up the king and I can even go to c8 and promote the pawn. It's so bad.
No, e5 pawn is a super pawn. That is why.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's restricting the knight. But I mean, it's amazing. This knight has not moved for like, 20 moves or something. Once it's settled in on e8, it's been 20 moves. And, you know, you got to take the horse out to pasture once in a while. So yeah, you don't just settle in, tie up the horse on E8 and leave it there.
10 moves to be exact.
Okay,
actually.
10 moves. I'm going to tell you
It
honestly.
feels forever, right?
It feels like 20 years. It feels like 20 years that this knight has been there.
Right.
Yeah, I love this comment that we're just focusing on women chess. Yeah, it's great. Let me give you an update. There's only women's games left, my friend. So, we can't really invent games with men just because, you would like that. Yeah, pretty funny. People just don't know the situation, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, let me update you that 8 games in the open section already finished, and the winners to the next round in the open sections are Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda, Fabiano Caruana, Abbasov Nijat, Dominguez, Erigaisi, and Gukesh. And there will be one tiebreak match from the open section that is between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Santosh.
Ian Nepomniachtchi is going to be playing Vidit in the tiebreak, yeah?
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah. So how many tiebreaks do we have tomorrow?
1 in the open section and currently 2 in the women. So we're
Ah.
expecting all of the games in the women's section will be tiebreak.
Wait, that's awesome because we can focus on women's chess again and get, and get some great comments from our chat who loves that. All right. Well, she did just play rook to G2. Yeah, and she's going for this pawn. She's just going to pick it up. Poor Nurgul, she doesn't really have much she can do here.
Yep.
Oh, she finally moved her knight. Yeah. She moved the
But
knight.
it doesn't mean anything, does it?
No, I mean, you could just take the pawn,
Yeah, I'll
put
just
the rook
take.
on G8,
Sure.
I think. I think it's a little too late for this knight to be
In the game.
coming out. He'll get 1 check.
King C7, Knight B5,
Yeah, you can actually get 2 checks.
and then
I could go to B8, I think. But I think she's going to think here because rook takes G3. Is that like her only move? It's not actually her only move. And she also can think about King C7, which...
No, you can take, it's okay. You can take on G3.
But I also like this move. Don't
King
you think?
C7
Like,
I think is also
just King
winning.
C7 and looks very possible. She took the pawn, yeah?
Also, after Knight F5, you can include Rook G4 first.
Rook G4. Yeah, do you really want to lose the rook? And then
I have another pawn on C.
you do have another pawn. I know it should be winnable, but you'd rather not have that happen. What did she do? Did she play rook D3? Yeah, I like that. That I like.
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just stopping knight D4 completely. The one idea that black has, and King
And King
C7 is
C7,
next, and
yep.
it's over. Yeah,
Yep.
very cool.
Almost game over now. Oh, poor Nurgul. Yeah, she
Yeah,
was
this
very
is a very
close.
bad feeling. But I have to, just give credit to Polina for continuing to play. I don't even know. I mean, she can't be that happy with this game either because it wasn't really her finest effort. There was certainly some moments in this game where she made like this King B1 move that
Right.
put her in a bad situation. She was down a piece. But overall, if you look at the whole thing, she came to play. She came up with an interesting idea in the opening. She sacrificed a piece. I mean, she was quite brave. She put a lot of pressure on her opponent. And at some point, Nurgul she played it a little too safe.
Too safe. I agree.
Yeah.
That's always backfired. It's okay. She was actually in time trouble many times. Also after having the second time control, and she is again now in time trouble. Although it doesn't matter anymore because the position is already lost.
Yeah, she's got less than 30 seconds, but there's just no move that she can make, actually. Nothing to stop King C7. She can move her king.
King
and-
E8.
Yeah, she can move her king to try to go knight E7. But, I mean, King C7 next, and then just B8, and it's just time to resign. So we will be seeing a tiebreak. Shuvalova versus Salimova. Okay. Wow. I mean, it just really goes to show you how you can never, really stop calculating those lines. And even when the draw is good enough, I mean, she could have calculated something that wasn't too difficult. It was unusual, but not too difficult. If she would have been more, in that mindset that she can find something like that,
Yep. Yeah. So whenever you have to just draw your game. Don't think about the draw. Just think about the game itself. If you could win, just play for a win without actually going for a saver option.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a big blow to her.
No,
I feel like this game is a bigger blow than the one Shuvalova got yesterday.
Yeah, I think this game is going to haunt her tonight if she could actually fall asleep. Because if I were her, I would, I would think about it for days.
Yeah, I agree. Like this is actually the most painful way to lose, I would say. Being up a night, needing just to make a draw, having a chance to win, and basically like the draw was always, it was always within reach until quite close to the end, But Polina created some problems for her for sure.
Oh, look at that. Rook d7. You're just trying to get the knight. I think if you play king e8, you can just capture the knight even.
Yeah, she didn't even want to go b8. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She just want to clean it perfectly. Like here, king e8 takes e7, b8, and then win the c pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, nice job by Polina.
Yeah, she took it. So king e8 is on the board. She took the knight, and after b8, I think they can shake hands.
Okay, but Nurgul is continuing to play.
Let's keep it until I think it's gonna be ending soon.
Yeah.
Polina is thinking, should I push
She's
c6
sad. She's
or
definitely
b8?
sad. She knows how close she was, man. No, it's hard. It's hard not to be emotional after a game like this.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, you can see like the pain written on her face. And Polina is not in a hurry to even promote the pawn. Okay, it's time to resign. Just end it, Prepare for the next day.
Yeah, I must applaud the effort of both players actually, because also yesterday we saw that Nurgul had played a very good endgame and unfortunately lost today's game in this way. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but I hope Salimova could recover quickly, because tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is a tiebreak game, and that she would show her finest effort to, redeem herself, because this is something like, man, I even feel so sad for her.
Yeah, but I think I would be even sadder if this match was already over.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, this had to happen for the match to continue. All right.
So the only game that's still ongoing right now between Bella Kotanashvili versus Tan Zhongyi, and Bella is in a must-win situation, but I think things went wrong with her.
Yeah, well, we saw this end
she
game.
was better.
Yeah, around move 40, and White had a big advantage with the more active rook. And I guess the problem is she could not really trade the rooks here. If she trades the rook, she probably can't really break through in the bishop endgame, because that one weakness is not enough. So she had to keep the rooks on the board. So she went back, and they repeated. Now White starts improving the king. There might, maybe bishop d4 was something that she could have started with. I wonder if that would make any difference. But she plays king d3. It's hard to call that a bad move. King c8. And so the king is coming to b7. Okay, so the check is important.
That's the difference. If the bishop was on d4, you have bishop e5, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know how much of a difference it is, but yeah, like if the bishop was on d4, you wouldn't actually have that idea, because, we can just show the viewers.
G6 first.
Yeah, well, in any case, I just want to show the pin. Yeah, that's sort of the point. So she had played king d3, king c8 there, and now on bishop d4, I guess there's king b7. So she kind of at least gets rid of the rook. Okay, and then she pushes the pawn. She's trying to get some play. So e3 takes. Okay, big question. Which way should we capture? Do we have a preference intuitively?
E.
Yeah, I would also say E. I would also say E because if we go with G, we kind of give up this file, right?
Mm-hmm.
So intuitively, yeah.
I like E, and then you play bishop e5 and rook e1.
You know, I want to say that there are ideas with G takes. There are points because now we're threatening this.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go to G file. But then let's say I like protect, or basically my idea is like actually to go for this stuff at some point.
You can go for H. Oh no, you cannot. I thought H4 would be a good move, but rook G4 only. Or maybe
I
H4
can-
and then bishop F6.
Mhm.
You protect it that way, and then you give us space for your king to move forward. Because if my pawn reaches H5, I think that would be beneficial for
Oh,
me.
you want to go just H4 here, yeah? Because I always have, well, H4, and if I go rook G4
Then bishop F6,
or bishop F6,
and then king D4, and
and then you kind of come in, yeah?
Mm.
Interesting idea. I mean, I guess on bishop F6, I cannot keep attacking you. I can keep trying to get you out of there.
All right.
And then if you go there, it might not be the perfect timing because then my rook comes back and has some good squares that it can use. Yeah, James says, can't believe they're still able to analyze. My head is numb. Well, I got to tell you guys, when you get to about 5 hours of commentary, we do get tired. Don't think that it's all just fun and games, you know?
Yes.
It is definitely not easy to just like kind of keep cracking all these lines
Yep.
for so many hours in a row, right?
In a way, both you and I it's like we're playing so many games within these 5 games, right? 5 hours, because
Yeah.
we keep switching from one game to another, lots of positions on play. Oof.
And it's like you have to, right, because you basically have to delve into every single game and try to make sense of it, right? It's not just one game,
Yeah.
right? So, no, I would say that commentary like this, especially when you don't have an engine, right? Because it's not like we're just reading engine lines. So when you're working out everything by yourself and you only have the help of the eval bar, it's actually quite a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's enjoyable, it's fun, but it's also does leave us tired at the end of the day.
Oh, definitely, because it's like as if we're playing ourselves. The only difference is we don't have the stress like all the players here in the field, because before the game, I mean, of course, it's a lot of stress. You have to prepare. You also have to do your routine. But here, for us, the commentator, we just have to be very exhausted. But that's all. There's no stress in this this job.
Yeah, my stress is like, will I arrive for the commentary on time? You know,
That's right.
will I finish eating my fruits? You know, before we go back on the air, things like that.
So this game might be the only decisive result in the women's section then, because if Tan Zongyi could defend this and make a draw, then she's through to the next round.
All right, let's take a look. So there was this big question that White was facing: which pawn should recapture? The reason we're spending some time on it is we know that eventually White loses their advantage, and this could have been the moment. And I think just like to go back for a second to this position, I think there's a few things that we could consider here. But I can understand why she didn't want to do it, right? Like she didn't want to give her opponent this file.
Rook c1. You can go rook g2 because I have rook c6.
Okay. Rook c1 is nice. I like that. You basically are like continuing to tie me down to that square, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, what if I could just go bishop c7, though?
Now h5. Maybe not. Hang
Yeah.
on. Let me think.
They're already on their second score sheet. The playing hall actually is great, guys. I mean, I got a chance to play there for some days, and I got to say, it was a beautiful atmosphere in there, actually. Okay, now it's obviously a lot smaller of a field than it was in rounds, 2 and 3. But yeah, I think the organizers have provided a really nice playing hall with all the players having their own like separate board.
Got it.
Tell me.
I think just play h4. I can sacrifice this pawn. If you play rook g4, h5,
You're gonna go for this pawn?
I will go for the g file. So depends on what
Yeah.
you play, and then h5.
Okay.
If you go after that pawn and I'll play rook g1, takes, then rook g7, you have to move your king, and then I'll just go for rook d7 and then takes on d5.
Okay, let's go slower through that. So you're saying h5 here? And when I go after your pawn,
Rook g1
rook g1
takes and rook g7.
takes, rook g7, and what if I
You have to move the king.
refuse to lose my bishop?
Rook d7.
Okay, and you basically think this is winning, huh?
This is winning, yeah. Because the h pawn will never be able to promote anyway. And then you have to leave the 5th rank, otherwise what else your rook is doing there. But
Yeah.
then f5 is hanging, so
Basically, like, you can pick up both of these pawns. This is very passive, right? Okay. Well, good analysis there, Irene. I agree. Well, Bella took with the e-pawn. And that might have been, you know, the decision that is going to be very costly for her. Because now this happened. I guess she was trying to stop bishop c5. The bishop got kind of activated. She has to constantly look at this idea. And maybe the e file is actually more annoying than the g file would have been.
Yeah, it was quite counterintuitive actually to give this g file, right? But turns out I think that's the way to go.
What should we have done here? Apparently we had a big advantage at this moment when black played h5.
Just bishop e5, just close it.
Oh, but she did. But then there's bishop c5. Then it's not clear at all. Right? So there
Can I
must be
just
something
reroute?
else.
No, if bishop c5, I can just put rook d2 and then attack this d5.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little unclear. I'm trying to think like what else it could have been. But okay, let's see where they are in their game right now.
Oh,
Oh, she went for rook d2. Right.
She must go to the other side of the board, put the king on h4, let's say. Not the bishop.
Okay, so Bella's like completely losing her advantage, completely, and she is maybe even, you know,
A little bit worse.
okay, like this has gone about as wrong as anything can ever go in chess. I mean, well, you've allowed black's pieces to completely improve, right? While your own bishop is locked up on h4 doing absolutely nothing, your opponent having the c file, like your rook was supposed to be the active one. So this has gone so badly for Bella, it's actually quite sad. And, you know, and Tan just needs to basically bring down the rook and give a bunch of checks, and that's it. I
Right.
mean, it's not going to be too hard. Just rook c1. I mean, what in the world? Oh, wait.
Also,
We've got more moves. Games, I think that's what happened. So she played rook c1, yeah. Here, bishop g1, okay. I don't know. There's a lot of moves here. Rook d1 also looked possible. Pawn moved, king c7. You can't take the pawn because rook d1 wins the bishop. But rook on b3 is still horrible. So Bella is what? She's trying to go king e4. Well, I like that idea. At least she's trying to like free her rook. I suppose there's still some chances for something here.
I think it's just bishop f2. And you
But
still
yeah.
you cannot take still because there's rook e1, rook d1.
Yeah, bishop f2 is actually very important. And, you know, not only you're stopping them from going rook g3, but you want to play g3.
Yep.
Well, I have to go f3, right? f5.
I think I can just give a check and then take the thing.
Take the bishop?
Take the bishop
Oh,
and then just
wow.
g3.
That's a sharp line. And there black goes winning. Well,
Yep.
that's why you can't
Just winning on the spot.
turn an active rook into a passive rook. Wow.
I love tactics. So.
Yeah. So tricky actually for Bella after bishop f2. But Tan hasn't played it yet, but I think she will. What else could she do? Is there anything else interesting for Tan? Yeah, nothing, right? I mean, the check isn't really a good idea. You can't push the pawn. You can't push this pawn. So
Maybe she's thinking like rook e1, king f5, and then rook e3.
maybe that's also possible. The king here,
Yeah, and rook e3
or rook e3.
because you cannot take the rook.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps.
But yeah, bishop f2
I mean, I
is
have to
just
say
easier.
that, yeah, bishop f2 looks a lot easier. Wow, poor Bella.
Mm.
You know, she worked hard to build up those winning chances. Yeah. And it's incredible, like, what happened to this rook, isn't it?
Yeah, the rook is not having any play at all, and well, it's protecting g3, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, look at what White used to have.
Mm-hmm.
So I just so quick question. Basically, if we would have taken this way, I think you said something on rook here. You wanted to
Rook
do
c1.
a rook c1, and that's also like
Oh, that is actually very. Oh, even I can play h4 immediately, can I? With rook c1, and we could already tell, but without rook c1, maybe h4 is still working, and doing the same pawn sack. I think it's working.
yeah, but you might as well start with rook c1 because rook c1 to c6 is just a really good idea.
Yeah.
And so basically, when she took with the e pawn, I'm just curious, like how it was getting so like why can't she play rook c1 here? Well, she did play rook c1, right? And then after bishop a3, she played rook c2, okay. And then actually, no, she had something here. There was something in this position that, I mean, she just never should like let the c file get closed up. That was weird.
Yeah.
So let's try to figure out like what her, okay. And Tan did play bishop f2, so okay, we can go back there, but she played the move we expected. Let's let that play out for a minute while we figure this out.
Just h3, g4, and rook g2.
Yeah. Now, I was thinking about this idea, yeah, so just h3. And just basically focus on creating the passed g-pawn. It's interesting, but
What's the drawback of this position?
it's actually not that easy to play g4.
just-
There's even bishop, I mean, there's maybe even like rook here.
Rook there, right.
I mean, there's rook there, like if you go there, they can play like bishop d6. Like it's not so obvious, right? If we create that weakness. So there's something interesting here that we need to find. Huh. Well, it's definitely not the rook endgame. It's not, sorry, it's not the rook trade. That's not it. Yeah, no, I can see why she struggled here. You know, it sort of feels like, okay, but this isn't really an idea because we can always go rook c6. Not obvious.
No, but I was having an idea that, well, can we just put the king on h4? Like, we
But
play
how?
bishop e5, bishop c5, rook d2, like in the game, and then rook e8.
Yeah.
And then just play this king e2, for example.
It's like I really don't want to let the bishop get to c5. Can we try to find some plan where their bishop doesn't get to c5? Is that a doable thing? So tricky. Because you would think h3 is like the only real idea, but weakening the g3 pawn is maybe not so obvious. Any way that we can reroute this bishop anywhere? I mean, like, I don't really see the point of bishop f2. Maybe bishop f2, king d4? Could that actually be an idea? Going for the d pawn?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll try it. How about we just stay patient?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And you can't really move your rook. You don't really have anywhere special to go with the bishop. And my idea is very, very primitive. I just want to win your pawn. Wow. So she just needed to activate that king, guys. You know, and that's like a free pawn, and you can go on to win this rook endgame because not only you're up a pawn, but your king is also great. So she needed to show a little bit of patience. She moved her bishop to the wrong diagonal, and she allowed that square to get covered up. Like, she obviously wanted to play that move, but now the bishop is blocking it, and that's when things started to really go downhill. And then she and then the bishop going to h4 was that can't be it. The bishop was in the most irrelevant position ever.
If you want, just go back to f6, for example.
And then her rook got pushed away. She gave up the open file. Like, total loss of control happened in this endgame, guys. So quite sad. Now let's see the current position. Is she going to get any more chances? Because bishop f2 kind of makes a very specific threat, and she went rook a3, trying to make her own threats to the black king. But I don't think she might only have perpetual, just g3, right?
She pushed to g3 and then rook a7.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a perpetual check, because obviously the black king cannot go there because of checkmate. But if it goes to the back rank, I think she just can check him forever.
She might want to control it with rook g7.
Yeah, I think, maybe rook g7, but yeah, I don't know, king c8. Yeah, she went king c8. It's the most intuitive. There's not even exactly a perpetual yet.
Yeah, you can hide on b7.
Yeah, I can sort of
or
walk
a7.
over. So perhaps Bella, you're right. She probably just wants to go rook g7 here. Now that she's cut the king, and something can still happen in this endgame, right? I mean, there's still a passed pawn on the board.
But the good thing is, if now you play rook e1, where do you go with the king?
Yeah, then I have a problem, because then you have d-pawn you're reminding me about. Yeah, I'm going to go there, and I throw caution to the wind in my pursuit of checkmate.
Okay, d3.
Yeah.
And at some point, I can just take on e5.
Okay, and now I just perpetual check you, if I want, right? Because there's no escape.
Is it winning?
Oh,
wait, is it winning though if I take on e5? Maybe not. Before.
You want to
d3.
take on e5?
Or maybe it's just losing, because there's king c6. Some checkmate.
Yeah, I think this is a little too much. She played rook g7.
So maybe
rook e1,
rook e1.
as you said, king d5, and d3 is going to be played. And I think that's going to call for white to find a perpetual, because I don't think she's going to find a checkmate. I don't think she's going to find a checkmate with rook, king c6.
But how? Curious question. How are you going to make perpetual?
All right, I'm going to go rook g8.
d7.
Going to go back.
And then e8.
And I was hoping that king e6 would be enough, but I see now.
Just rook takes now, yeah.
Maybe king f8 first. You want to take right away?
Oh, you have to. You take it with the pawn there.
I was going to take with the pawn. And
but then king f8.
Oh yeah, and then basically if I go after that pawn, then this one promotes. Yeah, there are chances to lose. So after rook e1.
King d5.
Well, king d5 is fine, and after d3, I have to find something here.
Oh, king e6, king d6, and it's just perpetual.
King where?
King d6.
King d6.
And then g7, g8, g7, g like that. And if bishop c5, king c6, because you cannot play king c6 right away. There is rook c1. Yeah, this should be enough.
But 1 second here. Maybe we run. Then you take on g3, right? So there's some way for black to win this position.
Bishop f8, rook g8, and then rook c1 check. And then just push the pawn.
Interesting. Check, and...
Takes the pawn, and then push the pawn.
And you basically get to promote this one, yeah?
Yep.
Despite losing the bishop. All right, let's see. Because she's in check. So we definitely think king d5 is the right move. It's a lot more intuitive than this one, right? I mean, king f5 could be possible too, actually. If you go king f5, do you get the perpetual
Yeah, you can still play
straight
king
away?
e6.
Can you just do it like this?
Straight away, yeah.
Like
yeah.
somehow,
Yes.
like
And then,
where is it? Like if I go too close to you, you come to f7. So what can I do here? Maybe king f6.
king f6.
Maybe king f6.
And you cannot play king f8 because there is the bishop d6.
Yes. Yes.
And this one you have to, you can, no, it's already drawn. Like you just push the pawn and then the perpetual
you
is
push,
there.
and then this is the perpetual, guys. Well, we took a while to work it out, but you can't escape. Okay, so the king could have gone either direction. It went to d5, and pawn d3 as expected from Tan, and so Bella actually has to figure this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we did say that I think king d6 was the move that we liked here.
Yeah.
King d6 was one of them. I mean, there's probably other ways to do it, but king d6 is logical. What if you go king e6?
I think it's equally same.
You think so? Like there's not like some sort of a rook takes e5?
Oh, that's true.
You know, we have to examine that.
Yeah, but rook takes e5,
You're
just
still,
take
yeah,
it, and then you
you're
get
actually still in a drawn position.
Yeah, the king cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, because even when you're promoting, like you cannot escape from the checks.
So it's pretty much all the king moves to the 6th rank now.
Right. So basically this one and this one.
What
And
about king c6?
King c6.
Rook c1, right?
Gives me rook c1.
Yeah.
So it's, and then the thing is like,
Ooh.
so she actually went to d6. Okay. Yeah. King d6 on the board. So it does look like Tan has saved a very bad endgame.
Yep.
But you know, that's the thing in chess, you need so much stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's obvious that Bella played this game better. She had really huge advantage, quite overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, just getting tired on this, like, you know, 5th hour of play.
Yeah.
I think that's all it is. I can understand what happened to her. Like, I can see how, you know, you just kind of get tired and then you miss something, you give your opponent some counterplay, you lose control, and you just don't really, you know, keep things together. And just like things got so out of control in her game. All her opponent's pieces got activated.
Yep. But Tan Zhongyi was also in a similar situation against Navamai on the 3rd round. And she was actually much losing compared to today's game, but she defended very well and managed to draw that game, and when the games went to the tiebreak, she just won it. So yeah, Tan is a very good player. I mean, in defending as well. Like it's just, she shows like enormous resource to force the match into her favor.
So remind me, who is playing Magnus Carlsen in the next round?
Gukesh.
Gukesh, that's it. So Gukesh is playing Carlsen. Erigaisi is playing
Pragnananda.
Prague. And Fabiano is playing Dominguez. And we have
Abasov.
Abasov is going to play the winner.
Yeah, waiting for FIDE versus Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, Nepo versus Vidit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got a lot of the pairings now set for the open section.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite match out of those?
Oh, Carlsen Gukesh for sure.
Yeah, I think any match that Carlsen plays will be the one to watch, but also especially when he's playing like the Indian number one right now. Yeah, so Carlsen Gukesh, guys, that's coming up in round 6. You definitely want to see that. And, well, for the women, we really don't have much to say because we don't really have our next round winners yet, right? So everything is going to be decided tomorrow.
Well, except this one.
Yeah, except this one, but
Yeah, the other winners are not decided yet.
like we don't even know who Tan is going to be playing. But this really was such an important.
Yeah, and they agree for the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for Bella, but
Such an important round for the women.
very important.
Because
Yes.
the women who go through are the ones who are getting those candidate spots.
Right.
So-
Yeah, they'll be competing for the candidate spots. That's
Right.
true. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And a lot of them will get them. So that's the thing. For the women, this round was actually incredibly crucial because you really want to be one of those top 4 who
Has a chance.
has a chance to get into the candidates.
Right.
Okay.
Wow, another good day here at the office. I really like it. There's so many instructive games and so many instructive positions in the end game, as well as in the middle game. So many tactical nuances as well, and good opening preparation too.
Big game actually by Fabiana Caruana.
Right.
Winning with the black pieces.
Yep.
Kind of destroying Duda's position with the 2 knights against the 2 bishops. I think that's a really good game to look at, guys, if you haven't seen it.
And we can quickly take a look at the tournament table of the open section to summarize today's matches. So, as we see, there's only one tiebreak game for tomorrow from the open sections, and Magnus Carlsen won another game against Ivanchuk, and it means he's through to the next round and playing Krush, who won this round against Wang Hao. And Abbasov Nijat, the only Azerbaijan player in the field, also won 2-0 and is waiting for the winner of the match between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus FIDE Santos. Fabiano Caruana will be playing his compatriot Leonard Dominguez, who won the match against Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, Sarana, I mean, he didn't have too many chances against Dominguez in this match.
And Ergaisi Arjun won against Niels Cornelius. It only means that on the next round, he's going to play another Indian prodigy, Pragnananda.
And in the women's, we got a lot of decisive games. One decisive game today. We're going to have a lot of decisive games tomorrow. A lot of draws today, guys. Harika drew with the white pieces against Garyachkina. Bella could not make her comeback against Tan Zhangyi. And quite an eventful bishop endgame between Elizabeth Patz and Anna Muzichuk also ended in a draw, which was quite fortunate for Elizabeth.
Yep. And tomorrow will be the day of the quarterfinal in the open section and semifinal in the women's section. So things are definitely getting hot here. Yeah?
So wait, 1 second. Let's just talk about one thing. We had 7 matches today where there was a must-win situation, right? 7 matches. Remember what I said in the beginning? I said, if there is even one person who wins, that's already a big deal. That's a big comeback. So how many people did we have winning their must-win situations?
We have Trivalova.
That's it. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's no other comeback. So
1
only
out of 7, guys. I mean, I just wanted to highlight that to you because it's really not that easy to win in those must-win situations. Only 1 person out of 7 was able to do that today, and that person did have the white pieces, so that helped.
Yep. So don't forget.
You got to appreciate those comebacks, the willpower it takes to win when on demand.
Right, and the stamina is also very important. So we'll see how much preparation the players have and how much rest they will be having, so they can show their finest efforts tomorrow in the quarterfinal in the open and semifinal in the women's section. Stay tuned at 3 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan. We will come back, and thanks for watching.